there he is. There's the guy. Here's me, here's you. Welcome to Jortlandian Neighborhood. Hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all had a good weekend. I really do. It's Monday. It's a beautiful sunny day on the week of one of our most beloved Western holidays, Thanksgiving. That's right. What are you thankful for? I'm thankful for you. Are you thankful for me? He puts the lotion in the basket. He puts the lotion in the basket. $5 from Gorilla Biscuits and Christopher Scott. Good afternoon to all of you. Today is going to be, can atheists can't reason ? Well, I don't hold that view, but some people try to argue that. I call that a mistake. But I'm going to tell you what I think they mean by that, okay? We're going to look at that. There's a short video that I'm going to review of a review. So it's a meta review by Myth Vision. So we'll do that. And then what just got released that I would love to review, because I think it's one hilarious debate, is by Jake Rattlesnake versus Planet Peterson. So we'll look at that too. So we'll start with one, go into the other. And so yeah. Hope everyone is excited for their upcoming holiday with their family. I am. We're just going to have a little normie event here. I have a lot to do. I have a debate tomorrow against the Pajit Jesus dude, whatever his name is. And Tony and I were going to try to launch Scud on Friday, but it's just too crazy. There's too many things to test. And OBS has not been treating me well. So I got some things to set up. So we're looking at launching it after Thanksgiving. There's going to be a lot going on anyway. I mean, running up to Thanksgiving, Black Friday, it's like the internet's going to be nuts. We'll get you guys on the downturn. Speaking of nuts, I have about 80 hours to draw still on the poster. Thank you, everyone, for getting their images to me. I really appreciate that. You did good. All right, let's move over to what we're dealing with here, which is, I forgot this guy's name. He has a mustache, and I forgot his name. I forgot his channel name. You guys know the guy when you see it. This dude.
We understand.
This guy? Anyone know who he is? I forgot his name. Doesn't matter. Because we are going to review this position. And it's going to be a meta review. Because it's... Wait, no. Is this Myth Vision? Hold on. I got this wrong. Boomer. Boomer time. Hold on. Where was it? Because I like doing meta reviews because people like Myth Vision, they're out of touch philosophically, so they know this. And it makes it more fun for me. So let's lower this, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. There you go. And let's take a look at see what Myth Vision will do with this.
Atheist can't use reason. A Christian presses Alex. More Alex O'Connor YouTube channel. Be sure to like and subscribe to his YouTube. Look, Alex O'Connor is a brilliant thinker. You know, he's a philosopher. He's got a curiosity for New Testament more over the past few years, and you know, I like listening to what he says. He means what he says and says what he means. Very sharp thinker. But I'm curious to know, because I'm not sure where this direction of this video goes. You guys recommended it, so thank you. But I do know that oftentimes, like, people will say, you can't, if you think everything evolved by chance and there's no, like, ultimate truth, how can you reason with logic or have any reason at all just by you using reason to debunk biblical stories, to debunk whatever, shows that you are undermining your own position.
That's true. Ultimately, if your view epistemically says, well, we know things because we're capable, well, that doesn't grant you the justification. So the question is, if everything's purely material, then, you know, what do you have access to is essentially the question. And no atheist can answer this question. JB, first super chat, been following. Thank you for your first super chat. Following for a while, but I'm not watching a lot. I'm starting to understand that your sense of humor is as dry as a popcorn fart. That's correct.
So they pretty much just try to, like, get out of any arguments you make. And so I'm curious to know if that's the angle this Christian's taking. Let's check out Alex O'Connor and this Christian. And I hope that you take the time to subscribe to our React channel. I love finding this stuff, listening to this stuff, thinking through this material, like this content, and tell me you want me to react to something in the comment section. But also, more importantly, this video. I want to hear what your thoughts are about what happens here.
Can you help me understand reason and reasoning without free will?
Yeah. Well, this comes up a lot, actually. This is really interesting because
Bibbidi boppity boo. Huh.
the idea.
So it's free will argument, not necessarily the idea that if you prove there's any logic or reason at all, it's like that debunks you.
No, they're related, Derek. I know it's hard for you to grasp all these things, but no, they're completely related, because if you don't have free will and you're strictly mechanical, then you can't have a justification for the process, is the evaluation process, which would require a mind and a person. So they're not separate. They're not separate. Now, charity to Derek, he's still learning.
Is that, okay, suppose you have like two options to consider. Okay, 2 + 2 is 4, and 2 + 2 is 5. And in order to use reason to deduce the correct conclusion, you have to have free will, because you have to look at both of them and you have to decide like which one is true or which one is.
See, he's already presupposing you in his question here. Thank you, Rob, for the raid. This guy's saying in order to use reason. Well, no, what we're saying is from an atheistic, naturalistic perspective, there's no you using anything. It's not like you're separate from the mechanics of reason. This is what atheists always grant themselves. They just grant themselves that there's a you, a me, and then there's a mechanism. Well, no, that's what we're saying, dude. We're saying under your paradigm, there's just a mechanism. You're just like calling it a name.
It's more reasonable, right?
It's like you're just calling it a name. Really, you're just a bumbling biological mass of accidents.
Imagine having to wear a hat. Like, imagine I had to wear this hat that just, like, needs you to know my dogma. Like,
I'm imagining it.
I need you, like, I have to make this staple for everybody to know.
Hey, Derek, you douchebag. What if he just wants to? Have you ever thought that maybe he just wants to? Actually, what's better? Hey, Derek, from your own view, have you ever considered that under your view, the guy was determined to wear the hat? And he was determined to come up with his dogma, Derek? Have you ever imagined that?
Like, it's kind of weird to me.
Should we play weird bingo? Should we play It's Weird Bingo?
Jesus Christ is Lord. And it's like, I don't know. Now from the outside looking in, it's very strange.
Wow, top tier argument, Derek. It's very strange.
Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Well, I suppose, yeah, just when you say like to deduce, it seems that there's like a person doing a thing called deduction and aim at a thing called truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Intentionality. I forgot the guy's name. What is his name? Who is this guy? Who's this guy? He's some proddy heterodox guy.
In the sense that, you know, a person can do a thing unfreely, just as like a...
I'm feeling hat defensive. It's like, it's kind of weird someone wears a hat with something they like on it. I mean, this is just weird stuff. You know what's weird? Your blue background, Derek. That's what's weird. Like you're in like some sort of tanning bed. Like you made your office a tanning. We think that's weird.
A car can roll down a hill without being free, right? So the question is, are we acting freely? And the easiest way to answer that question is just to analyze what goes on. It's like, okay, 2 + 2 is 4 over here. 2 + 2 is 5 over here. Why do you believe the first one is true and not the second one?
How has Alex O'Connor been in the philosophy world for nearly 20 years and still doesn't understand what this guy just said? What's in question, Alex O'Connor, is the actual process of reasoning. He's like, well, why not? You just reason, and someone says 2 + 2 = 4, and the other person says 2 + 2 = 5, and we grant ourselves the thing in question, and then if we start by granting the thing in question, then we can certainly get around the thing in question. I eat an egg with a spoon.
It doesn't feel to me like it's a choice that I've made. It feels like I've just been led necessarily into the arms of a conclusion. Like when I convince you of something, if I had a more complicated mathematical syllogism that you were like, oh, I don't know if that follows, and I went step by step through the arguments. Like, you know, you've heard of the Monty Hall problem?
Oh, geez. Way to not focus, bro.
I haven't.
Have you heard of this other red herring that gets me out of actually talking about the thing in question? Bippity boppity boo.
It's this famous paradox about like...
spoonful of sugar makes the medicine.
It's probably too convoluted to get into, but...
It certainly is.
But it's like a mathematical paradox that seems to have a counterintuitive conclusion, right? It seems like the answer should be a half, but it's actually a third, or whatever, vice versa. You know? And if you heard this argument, you said, oh, I'm not convinced by that. And then I talked you through every step one by one. And eventually you kind of saw why that conclusion does follow. I don't think you've like made a choice there. I think that what's happened is I've just presented information to you that has just made you believe something. And I think that is the process of becoming convinced by something. You know, when people say like the penny dropped or it just clicked, it's like, if you don't think that suppose you didn't know what multiplication was.
Oh my God. So, hello, dude. If that's your view, then why are you confused that people come to the belief of Christianity or Islam or anything else if your view is that they were determined to? How could you argue against it? It's literally a mechanical process. That's like arguing with water boiling. How do they not understand this? This is like a spiritual issue. Happy Monday to you, my neutrals.
And I said 3 × 3 is 9, and you were like, I don't know if that's true. I don't agree with you. And then I said, well, it just means 3 add 3 add 3. You don't choose to be convinced by that. You just are, you know. And so the process of reasoning is something that that almost happens to you more than something you do, and that is on the view of someone who doesn't believe in free will.
Wow. So you don't even know if you believe in free will because there's no you. There's no you believing anything. The act of believing is the act of being at the effect of something, according to these people's view. And they don't see the problem with this when they're cross-examining other views. Hello? Why do you have a channel, Alex O'Connor? Why do you do conversations where you're persuading and using philosophy and reasoning? Is he really arguing that if he could just put the right inputs like a calculator, the opposition will change their view? That's persuasion? In fact, if that were the case, could you, would it be, if he held that pursuing and holding true things is morally good and better for society, could we just violate the will of humans by inserting the correct inputs such that the correct outputs come out?
And do you believe in free will?
So no, I've for a long time been pretty dubious of the concept in principle. However, I do, rather boringly for a lot of people, I kind of leave room for agnosticism on just about everything these days. And that does include free will. And the reason I say that is because if you take something like consciousness, this is a huge mystery to me. And I've spoken a lot about how, like, I think it's a really big trouble for materialism, consciousness. Like, it causes a lot of problems, right?
Absolutely.
And I could present some argument.
That's what's crazy, is that he knows that materialism renders a really bad, impossible position on consciousness, and he doesn't make the jump that if a mechanical reality is all we have, he doesn't quite see how that actually makes knowledge also impossible. Because if knowledge requires this concept of consciousness independent of sort of gears in motion, if knowledge requires that, if he agrees that one of the preconditions for knowledge is consciousness, but materialism can't provide an account of consciousness, then materialism, it follows that it has no access to knowledge. There's no escaping this.
That consciousness is impossible. I could say that material doesn't give rise to non-material properties.
Toast with beans, hit my brolly. Oh, it's quite rainy and foggy out. Oh, what a surprise.
I could pull up a great syllogism. I could produce a whole argument and say, see, consciousness is impossible. And yet, I just am conscious, and that's a mystery. There might be something like that going on with free will. Like, maybe all of the arguments that we put forward are very compelling. Yeah, free will can't exist.
I'm predestined to not believe in predestination. You guys are predestined and determined to super chat me. I was determined to despise and laugh at Muslims.
After the prayer ended, we look up to see them taunting us in our faces with bacon.
I will throw bacon right at your face.
I had to relive the whole thing again. After the prayer ended.
Okay, calm down there, little suicide bomber.
And yet, through some mysterious thing or capacity that we don't understand, like, we have it anyway. Like, that's totally possible. So I want to clarify that by saying I leave room for that. You know, it's possible that free will could exist in some way that is beyond our rational comprehension. But if you're looking for, like, arguments, if you're looking for to deduce something reasonably and whatnot, then I think the arguments point towards no free will.
You think the arguments point toward no free will? I mean, can you imagine uttering that publicly with, like, millions of viewers and just saying that as if that makes any sense? I think the arguments, which are indiscernible from water running down a mountain, point to directionality, free will, no free will. Dude, to think that would be to assume free will, that there's some direction toward the position of no free will. I mean, it's just wild.
Interesting. I don't know if for all of you philosophy minds out there who might be a materialist in my audience, does consciousness pose a problem for your view of materialism? And if not, recommend what are some academics or some sources that you can look to that might actually help people who are, looking at it from a materialistic way and making sense of consciousness.
See how he just supposes that materialism should be true, and he's like, well, if it's a problem, go look at a problem that it's, go look at the counter position so that you can hold and latch on to materialism, instead of being like, yeah, well, maybe look up the arguments against it. He didn't say that. He didn't say, well, maybe materialism really is bunk. Maybe look at some arguments, see if the arguments against materialism are pretty hardcore. No, he doesn't. He latches on to the counter position dogmatically. He doesn't say the opposite. He doesn't say balance them out with different philosophies. He doesn't say that. He says, go seek the defense of materialism and physicalism. That's what he says.
So then if there's a difference of opinion between two people and they're looking at the exact same information, how do you explain that if it's literally just a matter of input equals output?
See, that's a good question, and he asks it in a very natural way, which I think gets the person to respond, but I think it's not rigorous enough for this guy. I forgot this guy's name anyway. Looks like an Eric or something. The way to present this position is internally to materialism. You don't say two people. You're granting too much. What you say is there's a brain, a mechanism A, and a mechanism B. They're both brains that produce outputs. For the sake of argument, we'll call the outputs propositions. How does a third observer or either of the two participants reconcile incongruent positions if they're all just mechanically unfolding? That's you have to make it an object. Yeah, exactly, DJ. You have to make it an object, not a person. And watch, because he asked the question in this way, it gave this guy, Alex O'Connor, some room. You granted him persons, minds. Watch.
Because it's never quite as simple as that. Like if you had two genuinely identical situations, like if I had two computers that were built in exactly the same way in the same factory with the same materials, and we presented to them the same problem, they would give you the same answer, right? The reason why two people can look at the same thing and come to different conclusions is because they're different background information. They were brought up differently. They've got different embedded assumptions.
He doesn't understand the entailment of what he just said, does he? Can anyone help me out in the chat? Did you guys hear what he just said? Listen to what he's saying and what this would mean for knowledge and truth itself.
Can look at the same thing and come to different conclusions is because they're different background information. They were brought up differently. They've got different embedded assumptions. They've got different experiences. Even if they're like identical.
Yeah, there's so many components.
Yeah, Derek, there's just so many. Hello, this reduces to nominalism. This means that everybody, based on them being independent, unique identities with experiences, this creates a scenario where everybody's view is different, unlike the calculator, unlike the computer. The reason calculators work is because we programmed them with accuracy to produce the consistent consequence of the 1 + 1 = 2. And they actually go through a process where they have to be tested in the factory to make sure of this. But from his view, Alex O'Connor's saying, well, everyone who's ever existed and everyone who exists today and everyone who exists in the future all has a nominal, unique, independent view, and that's why we come to different answers. Well, sorry, you just made truth a particular. You can't know who's right or wrong because there's not a single aligning, identical set of experiences now. And these people, these bozos, this bimbo, Derek is a bimbo. Honestly, Derek shouldn't even be reviewing this video. But listen to what the bimbo says about it. He doesn't understand the entailment of what's his name just said. And he's going to glaze off. Look at him. He's like up in the sky. He's like, I love this question. It's like equivalent to like when they asked the chick, the problems in Africa, Remember like the Miss Universe? She was like, and the education and the such, and we'll get the Africans rulers, and we'll get them math stuffs.
That are too vast to number that could potentially lead one.
Please debate. He wouldn't debate me. He doesn't debate philosophy. He knows it's outside of his jurisdiction.
One to draw a different conclusion than another, or have a different subjective opinion about the world, or anything really, than the other person. I hear it all the time. I'll see a song and I'll go, that song's one of the greatest songs I've ever heard.
Hey, Derek. Hey, We're not talking about opinions. We're talking about truth. We're talking about two different views coming to different answers objectively about truth. So in this case, subjectively. He's like, well, I love songs and some people don't like songs, and I like ice cream and some people don't.
Heard 6,000 dislikes. How could anyone dislike this song? Blows my mind.
Identical twins?
We're not talking about opinions, Derek. We're talking about two conclusions.
No two people live an identical life. The only way to make those two people actually identical is to make them identical. And then it's just one person. It's not two. So, like, when you say you can look at the same information and deduce a different opinion, that's only because the information that you see gets put together with everything else that's going on in your brain.
He shouldn't have said opinion, right? What is this guy? Wisdom something? Wisdom theology? I don't know his name. We're not talking about opinions. We're actually talking about what matters here, which is conclusions, deductions, inductions, mathematical truths, evaluations, propositions. We're not talking about my opinions. I'm predetermined to donate to George Coin. Thank you so much for that. I'm glad. Today, I'll accept that we're all determinists. How's that?
All of your experiences, all of your past. And it's that gives you the final conclusion. And if all of that genuinely was exactly the same, then you would get the same result.
Interesting. So if we all got to the same result, that the Christian God exists, how do you account for that, given that you just presented a completely nominalist view of our views, that we all have different inputs, and yet for thousands of years we've come to the same conclusion that Christ is God? Or even for Muslims, they came to the conclusion that Allah is God. He just debunked himself, because now he can't account for how a bunch of people with different various backgrounds and inputs came to very rigorous, fine-tuned, narrow conclusions.
So do you essentially think of humans as, biological robots or biological machines?
I suppose that's one way of putting it, yeah. But like I say, I want to issue this throat clearing again, that there's obviously something very special about human beings, and
special pleading. No, they're biological mechanisms completely determined by every other mechanism that's abiding by and subject to the laws of physics and chemistry, but they're very special. It's like the image bearer status from a materialist view. This is exactly what I brought up with Peterson in my debate. He has to special plead. If states of affairs in a strictly material world, states of affairs, just things happening, if those things happening aren't truth apt because they're not propositional, but under that view, propositions themselves are more things just happening, then propositions don't have any truth aptness. They're not true or false. They're just occurring. They're unfolding. No materialist and no physicalist, no atheist can get out of this problem. I've been running it for 2 years. Not a single one. They just grant themselves a special position on, we're just very unique humans. We're unique sets of mechanical, biological, chemical events. Very, very unique.
Something very mysterious about the way that we experience freedom and the way that we experience consciousness. And that throws a big spanner in the works, which is why I say I'm broadly agnostic. But as regards to free will, I don't think that you have any ultimate agency over your actions, even if you feel like you do.
We don't have any. So why are you debating? Why are you debating whether or not Christianity is true or anything else is true? Why would you hold to a justice system? If you don't believe anyone is responsible for their actions, why do we hold them responsible for their actions? And people are debating whether or not an atheistic worldview is better for society than a Christian one. Essentially, he's saying what Sam Harris would say. Well, that's absurd. How do you live a life? How do you raise children? Teaching that. And he says, you lie. It's exactly what Sam Harris said when he was questioned on this. Well, if everything's just a mechanical set of dominoes falling and nobody is responsible for their actions or their thoughts or their beliefs, then Jeffrey Dahmer is no ontologically different than, one of the saints. And why jail people? This is why nobody around him cares about him. If they did, they would spot his obvious special pleading. Yeah. I mean, this guy's soft. He's super soft. I've seen his stuff. He just lets them go. He doesn't catch these things. He's just like, oh, that's interesting. Oh. He doesn't say, wait. This is special pleading, though. He's like, I'm so happy you're on my channel. That's what it is. You're so happy you're on my channel. I wouldn't dare make it contentious and make you uncomfortable. I mean, I really want to build this thing out.
Well, this is kind of funny coming from the Christian's point of view.
Speaking of no free will.
Stream Deck recommendation. The kid that says, wow, the land of make-believe.
Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks.
I get what they're...
Atheist says we jail people because they break laws. No, they don't. Not under a determinist view. There's no they, bro. That's like saying a bear broke the law. You idiot.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
You see how they're actually dumb? Like, atheists are actually dumb. They're like, what do you mean? We jail people because they break the law. No, they don't. How does a biological object break a law? What's a law? Where's a law? What are you talking about? They didn't break anything. They did what they were deterministically meant to do that they couldn't not do. How could you blame them for something they couldn't not do? It's like farting. Yeah, exactly. That's like farting breaking law. Oh, you broke a law. What do you mean? That's perfect, Brian. Thank you. It's like sneezing, farting. Oh, you broke the law. What do you mean? You grew teeth. He grew teeth. You broke the law. You grew teeth. We don't have that here. No growing teeth.
What they're saying when they ask that question, it feels to me like they're often...
How are you dumb? You're not listening, atheist. I just told you. How could someone break the law if they have no will or freedom or liberty? There's no they. There's no person. That's like saying a stick falling broke a law. Farting is not illegal. Here, let me try to make this easier for atheists. Is farting a determined involuntary action? Atheist? Is farting... We'll take it real slow with crayon. Should I bring out my iPad? I think we might almost be due for a crayon teaching here. Is farting an involuntary action outside of your control? Yes. Well, under the materialist view, so is murdering someone.
Trying to say, you're boiling down the human and our experiences and what we are to molecules, to germs, to bacteria, to robotic, just primate biological machines.
That's right.
And in one aspect, that may be the case as far as...
No. In every aspect, if material is true, you little slime ball. In one aspect, no, dude. If naturalism and physicalism is true in every aspect, not in one aspect, you little sneak. They're such liars. Look at him look away. He has to look away to conjure up a lie. In one way. No, Derek. In every way.
As the material world is concerned, but we do experience things in a way. And so the Christians often want to hear about that other stuff, the humanities, the art, the music, I felt, I had experiences, this is important, and how that matters to us as meaningful creatures having meaningful experiences. When he hears biological machine and Alex goes, yeah, technically, yeah, he in his mind probably goes, that's a sad world you live in.
No, dude, it's not sad. You dishonest snake tard. You're a pig snake. That's not what we're arguing. That's sad. It is sad, but that's not the argument, Myth Vision. You lying snake. The argument is, if everything is just a material deterministic machine unfolding, forget meaning, forget what you think is sad or not. That's irrelevant, actually. That's just like extra superficial stuff. What we're saying is that you don't actually have knowledge of anything being true. All of your positions are deterministic. You don't have any reason to argue. There's no reason for reason. There's no direction for truth. Nothing. It's all nihilism, epistemic nihilism, and meaningful nihilism. It's not just like nihilism in the cliche sense, like nothing means anything. That's really sad. No. It's worse than that, Derek. You're just not being honest, because atheists are liars.
Then you just think we're just biological machines. And Alex wants to add that kind of caveat saying, look, we're special. There's something unique.
That's special pleading. Afternoon, JB, thank you so much for the $5. Given my taxes, hope you and the family are doing good. God bless. God bless you. Thank you, Steelborn.
That we experience. I mean, he is one of these humans. He's one of these machines. So it's one of those rough things that I deal with as a skeptic myself who doesn't believe the biblical God. I'm ultimately agnostic on anything, a source, a primary, anything out there. But the biblical God, I'm an atheist on, okay? Now,
for no reason.
It comes to this idea about biological machine versus, child of God or feeling such a profound experience, I get that tug of war. Because you can explain the experience I had when I love my children, I hold my family and all that down to placebo and chemicals that are going off in the brain. And
he doesn't understand. He thinks that Christians, in this case, for this argument, are arguing I have feelings about things. No, it's way worse than this, dude. Do you understand, Derek? If everything is strictly mechanical and materialistic, unfolding based on pre-causes and laws, then your own thinking, even while you're talking, is completely determined. You think there's a Derek there talking. No. You think there's a Derek who experiences love with your wife and friends. No, that's also not happening. You're so outside of the capability of engaging with this problem. You're not even close to engaging with the problem.
The evolutionary bonding that helped us survive as humans over hundreds of thousands of years, all that's cool. But it still does not take away from those profound experiences. And
they're not profound, dude. They're epiphenomenal. They're epiphenomenal, dude. Are you slow? Are you retarded? Are you an actual retard? Do you wear a helmet in the house? It doesn't take away from my experiences I had in high school. I was the prom king. I loved it. I really experienced that. I was moved when my child was born. Not only that, but your recollection of all of those things are also epiphenomenal. Completely vapor. Complete vapor. He's like acting like they're real right now. Oh, no, I really feel stuff.
And I think if we do a better job of explaining those profound experiences and not just boiling them down to the chemical compounds in our brains and, all of this, like, we explain how these things work, but just emphasize the importance of that experience and how important.
What do you mean importance? What the hell is importance, dude? He's literally like a Barbie doll. He's like a Barbie bimbo level. Oh, just really, things are important. I'm sorry, you're making qualitative value judgments on experience. You're making things like, I'm sorry, Derek, under a materialistic view, can you find importance? Bimbo? Can you hold importance? Can you find it? Can you measure it? You're an empiricist, right? I thought you were the smart ones. I thought you guys were a part of the smart tribe that were like about rationality and reasoning. Where are rights? Where's importance? Where's value? What are you talking about, dude? You shouldn't even be reviewing this video, dude.
Those experiences are. I think more people would understand we're not just like trying to strip away all meaning and stuff, and that we have profound experiences as well.
No wonder Gnostic Neil isn't getting smarter. He's hanging out with this guy. Steelborn, $5. At this point, I absolutely hate the atheists trying to critique Christians because we believe in Sky Daddy, but they can't justify purpose and knowledge. They can't even justify, Steelborn, why they're even critiquing Christianity. Oh, we have meaning. We're not claiming that you, under your view, have the illusion of meaning. We're not claiming you don't have that. We're claiming that your epistemic system has a brutal entailment that literally makes what you're saying useless.
I think that that's lacking a lot.
So do you then also not believe in virtue?
Depends what you mean. I mean, for a lot of people...
Depends what you mean by virtue. He means virtue doesn't actually exist.
Virtue might require...
People, man, there's just such snakes.
Free will. And it sounds like that's the implication that you're making. But virtuous behavior might be something like acting in accordance with the good. And there's nothing in principle stopping there being...
Yeah, because how do you ask a Calvinist, do they believe in virtue? Like the Christian...
Yeah, exactly. It's weird how they accurately critique Calvinism, but they don't think that applies to their own materialistic view.
Christian tradition encompasses predestinarian concepts that literally negate free will.
Is that guy a Calvinist, the guy who's talking to O'Connor? That would be pretty funny. Because I found one of the best debaters against materialism was Bonson. Ironically, Bonson was a Calvinist.
And you can say they're not Christians? Probably, or at least, they're wrong-headed Christians. Well, they believe in virtue. Like, I guess it's like, this argument can be done amongst themselves without even needing to invoke someone who's coming from a more...
That's called a tu quoque fallacy, Derek. I don't know if you know that, Derek. It has nothing to do with whether or not materialism can justify virtue.
Or,
actually,
skeptical atheistic worldview.
This thing called the good that people necessarily act or don't act in accordance with, and those who act in accordance with it are acting virtuously. Like, you could still...
Cool. So everyone who acted in accordance with Mao Zedong was acting virtuous. All of the little people in uniforms following Little Mean Mustache Man, they were acting virtuous. They were in accordance with the view. Right?
Conceptually speaking, literally have an idea of virtue with there being no free will. It would just become a less instructive concept to, like, determine your behaviors or whatever, or to talk about, judgment and...
No, dude. This is so silly. If determinism is true, calling something virtuous or not virtuous would be ontologically the same. There would be actions in the world that unfold. There's no meaningful category distinction between virtue and non-virtue in a strictly materialist universe. Now, what I hate about this guy, and maybe he's better, and this is why he has a bigger channel and he's softer and he can have more people on, because I'm a feisty little angry little dog. But this makes me angry because the guy's just granting Alex O'Connor, okay, what's the meaningful distinction between a virtuous action and a non-virtuous action if everything's deterministically the same?
And moral condemnation.
But that leads a lot of humans to fatalism or some form of, like, they just, what's the point? If it's all just in their minds, right? I've been down this road through the predestinarian route. It's almost like if it's completely predetermined, why, you almost feel like not even moving. Well, God determined it. If you wanted the grass cut, he determined it, it'll get cut. And then, of course, I know the criticism is,
I chemical you too, Dano.
Well, you need to get out there and do it. And by doing it, you're just fulfilling God's will that he already predetermined. So you're just doing.
Dude, this is such a tu quoque, dude. That's all you're doing, dude. We're talking about materialism, Derek. Hello, Bimbo. Are you listening? Let's pretend Christianity's false for a second. Can you deal with materialism, please?
doing the very thing that he already predetermined
You're so dumb.
without free will. But a lot of humans will get like stumped and not even make a move to begin with, because what's the point of acting virtuously if I'm supposed to just act in accordance to what is already determined to be? Like it's a mind screwing you up, mind F. If you,
It's amazing that he understands the mind F from the Calvinist deterministic view, but he doesn't understand it from the materialist view. You guys, what do you make of this? How does someone so eloquently and concisely point the problem with virtue or truth or your worldview or what you do in the world, the problem with Calvinism, but doesn't understand it? It's the same exact critique against materialism and physicalism. How does he not understand this?
you know what I mean? Like,
It's the same problem, Derek.
But it's still possible that it could exist.
It would disservice the idea of virtue, though, if by virtue we mean something that is admirable based on someone having chosen to do something in a sacrificial way or
Yes.
a self-giving way, etc. So it sort of devalues the idea of virtue to make it.
Not even devalues, it just makes it impossible. There is no virtue. If you're determined to do what you're determined to do, you didn't contemplate the sacrifice it takes. As parents, when we wake up and we are called to do something for our children and move away from something that we would rather want to do, preference-wise, but we do it anyway, you know? Like, I had every excuse, there's no real excuse, but every excuse from a worldly view to not go to liturgy this weekend. Because Meg Bob went with her mom and the girls somewhere special. It was a sleepover, and they weren't going to be able to get up in time and come back and do all of that. I could have just slept in with, just me and my son, play video games in the morning, coffee and video games, Sunday morning. Awesome. No. I woke up against my own preferences, against my own experience, against my own intuitions, and I just moved along. Just got there. And so, if from a Christian view there was a virtuous act in moving against your worldly desires and overcoming them and sacrificing what you would rather be doing in the moment for what is ultimately best for my spirit. But under a deterministic view, whether it's Calvinism or materialism, there was no choice. I didn't weigh out the options and go, you know what? I thought about this. I deliberated. You love Derek. Thanks for covering him. You would, Marilyn. Thank you. Wi-Fi says $10. Thank you so much. The first time I heard his critique regarding free will and knowledge against materialism was from you. It didn't take long for it to unravel my Calvinism. Thank you. Yeah, it's crazy what you have to hold on to, which is why I'm so embrangled by Bonson, because he was so good at it, dude. I'll even show a clip after this. This is a shorter clip, so this is almost done. Bonson has an epic takedown. Epic.
That's true.
Merely programmatic.
well, I don't know. I mean, it is a bit programmatic, but here's the thing. What if you in your life are a soldier in combat, you lay your body on the mine or on the grenade.
You don't from a materialistic view.
You self-sacrifice yourself.
No, under materialism, you don't self-sacrifice. You were determined to get blown up by the grenade.
That by that initial in trying to do that to protect your loved ones, to protect your friends, whatever in combat, even if that is all determined based on nature, based on the world we live in, you still have to look at that admirably.
No, you don't. What are you talking? You are such a bimbo, dude. Seriously, what's wrong with your head? What is wrong with your brain? It's special pleading again. Oh, well, even though it's completely deterministic, it's no different ontologically than Jeffrey Dahmer eating gay frozen custard brains in his apartment, even though they're literally the same thing from a materialist view. You got to really look at it admirably. Well, cool. What if I looked at Mean Mr. Mustache as admirably? Is there something non-virtuous about that, Derek? It's just unbelievable. And these people sort of like lead the charge online. They have huge tails. They get to talk to big people. They influence a lot of people. And they are the dumbest people in our culture, aside from Muslims.
Because the question is, would you have been determined to do the same thing? Or would you have been determined to run from the grenade and let it blow up your friends? And at the end...
Yeah, there's no such thing as bravery or courage. There's no such thing as any of it. It's just you just did something. Why would you get the Medal of Honor, dude? Can you imagine that as a meme? I give you the Medal of Honor, even though you were deterministically set out to do what you did. You didn't actually do anything different than anyone else, but, we're going to still give you the Medal of Honor. Why? Because Derek thinks it's still important and special. How do you run a justice system? How does a judge judge? Your Honor, objection, Your Honor. My client has no free will, Your Honor. Neither do you, Your Honor. Stillborn, $5. St. Maximus the Confessor, quotes, a free man is not he who does not, oh, sorry, it's moving too fast, who does what he wants, but he who does what he ought. I was in the same boat about going to liturgy. Yes, yeah. Medal of Determinism. Yeah. I hereby give you the medal of deterministic, mechanistic processes that you have no say in.
At the end of the day, if some are built different to act differently, those are the heroes. Why not? What if they're genetically, in some ways, genetically more capable or behave differently genetically, which causes them to have this heroic outcome in their life and to behave a certain way that we ended up glorifying these kind of people and seeing them as very noble, heroic, virtuous humans. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean, because even the people who are looking at them as noble humans would be determined to think that, which means you don't have any access to something called nobility or virtue or bravery. I mean, these people, either they're so sucked into their own behaviors and sin, they literally can't see how dumb they are. They're like, yeah, no. Even though they were completely determined to do the thing, it doesn't take away from there's other people who think it's valuable. Yeah, that's not what's in question.
Yeah, and it's the most famous trouble that people have with there being.
He just grants himself nobility.
No free will is the removal of agency that this has. I mean, there's a whole.
It sucks because he has an audience and they're so stupid. They're like, yeah, Derek, yeah, of course. That's stupid theology people. They're the theists, those dummies. So glad you're doing this. And then they'll say something like, here's a super chat, Derek. Thank you for doing what you do in the face of, all the ignorance. I mean, who do you pay? Who do you pay for gifts if they don't exist? Who do you pay for services if they didn't have any will in the matter of making them great? What's the exchange of value between people if they're just mechanical devices? Oh, yeah, no, I really want to tip you. Imagine tipping someone from a deterministic view, like tipping a waiter. Steelborn, another $5. I was determined to give you this in the medal of determined behaviors that are determined by causes that were determined by determined causes. Yeah. That's actually a key point there, Steelborn. That's a really funny comment, but there's something actually kind of profoundly fatal to the materialist, is that everything that they call a cause is actually an effect of a previous, and everything that's an effect of that cause, the new effect, is now a new cause. They can't even distinguish cause and effect. That's how crazy materialism is.
Load of conversations to have about.
Now, coincidentally, if you expand the paradigm to evolution, which is also just large-scale cause and effect, isn't it interesting that the problem of not being able to distinguish cause and effect, they're just always one and the same, right? They're always one of the previous and one causing the future one. If you pan out and look at their evolutionary view, it's the same problem. You can't distinguish between one clade or one population causing into a new one. It's all this flowing sort of flux. Just like flowing flux and change. Nothing can be really truly distinguished. So it's Hinduism. It's crazy. Atheist says killing is wrong. Really? Killing is wrong? So when someone tries to kill me and I kill them faster, it's wrong to self-defense? Is killing a deer wrong? Atheist? I mean, can you imagine being an atheist at this point? It's got to be hard. Hey, JB, my brain made me do this. Yes, I'm actually leaning into the determinism today. So I already know, based on the inputs, that I was determined to reach my 50 chat goal within the first 2 hours. So you guys know, if you were thinking about tipping, thinking about donating, just know you already donated in the future. So you might as well just kind of let it happen.
About this, I mean,
talk about grifting. If you guys thought I was bad at grifting, you're all determined to reach the goal.
To give you an idea, like, you can imagine the person who, like the firefighter, who runs into the building to save the child and comes outside and everyone goes, "Oh, you're such a hero." And the person says, "I just couldn't have lived with myself if I didn't do it. I had to. I just had to go in there and save them. I couldn't stop myself." We would think that person is more virtuous for their saying that they just had to go in. They couldn't help it. But what are they saying there? They're saying that they were sort of doing it for their own sake, crudely speaking. They're saying that there's something that would that just made them feel like...
I hate British people so much.
Dude, Alex is awesome.
Like they have to go.
What? Why is he getting giddy from that? He's debunking his own concept of virtue. Alex is awesome. You're giggling because he's literally explicitly telling us how it's the case that virtue just doesn't exist. $20 from Wills. Thank you so much.
Go inside. And in some contexts, we see this almost feeling that you didn't have it, like something just came over you and you just had to do it as an increase in virtue. But in this abstract sense, we see that kind of thing as decreasing virtue, right? So there is a lot of...
Yeah, it's almost like if you take Jesus Christ laying down his life or whatever it might be.
Here we go. Anything but dealing with materialism.
And like pretend, because scholars don't really typically think he's giving himself these titles we find in the Gospels. I am the Son of Man or Son of God or these kinds of things.
Oh, thank God for the scholars.
Or the Messiah, right? All these things. If he wasn't making those claims, but pretend he was, and then he goes to die, and there was some belief that he was supposed to come back or whatever, like, how is that not self-glorification in some sense? And in some way, he's going to receive his reward for the thing he's doing. There is some selfish act here. It's not completely selfless.
What? That's not only a category error, because if you're internally critiquing Christianity, Christ doesn't die for his own sake. For, like, that's not even a critique of Christianity, dude. Certainly what God does, right? Because if you're going to critique it, you're going to have to grant that Christ is God. That lowering himself had a purpose. That defeating death had a purpose. That's not the same as when we're critiquing humans in the Christian paradigm. I mean, it's just so low tier, dude.
And it's only 3 days. It's not like...
Zamini Futurist says, don't listen to the scholars, listen to Jim Bob. No, I wouldn't say listen to me either, Zama, you passive-aggressive prick. I would say that when we're talking about the interpretation of Christian theology, we're not going to listen to atheist scholars because they're presupposing naturalism. So all they're doing is presupping the Christians and saying, well, if naturalism and classical foundationalism is true and empiricism is true, let's interpret the past from our view of reality. But you're too stupid probably to understand that distinction.
It's not like we're dealing with the Greek gods, right? Where we have...
It definitely is vaguely.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Fire was obviously stolen
It doesn't just sound vaguely, it also sounds a bit Muslim as well.
from heaven by I almost said Pentheus, but I'm thinking of a different play. The Titan. I don't know why my brain is not giving me the answer here. Help me out.
This is Myth Vision, yeah.
He's Zeus nails him to the mountain. I can't believe I can't think right now.
I can believe that. It didn't start right now, Derek. You're 17 minutes in of not thinking.
Let me Google this. My brain is literally shot. I just did a long run this morning. So
Cope.
let's get this here. Greek Titan fire. I'm on Google. Fire. God. So Prometheus. I don't know why I said Pentheus. So Prometheus, he's condemned for all eternity on behalf of saving mankind. You know, what reward did he get? It doesn't seem he got any reward at all. Jesus gets his name above all names, and he's seated at the right hand in glory, and How's that virtuous? How is that actually virtuous? Why is that not seen as not virtuous, like on the level of Prometheus, who does go and does not get rewarded? His reward is that humankind did not suffer, and he's forever punished. Huh.
Cool. Have you ever thought about engaging with materialism, the topic of the thing you're reviewing? Have you ever thought about that, Derek?
So I think that's an important aspect to think of.
It's not. You thinking that is useless, right? Because under your paradigm that you're defending, importance would be determined by your brain. There wouldn't be anything good about appealing to what you found important. It's just amazing how completely absent-minded these people are. They don't think about what they're saying. They really don't think. They don't think. They're not thinking, okay, if I say this, is that a problem with something previously said? He just declares, I think it's important. Really? Huh. I don't. Also has nothing to do with what Alex is talking about. Christopher Scott, $5. Dissenters in the chat, send a super chat. Quit being deterministically cheap. Yeah, exactly. Stop it. Derek's favorite documentary is Zeitgeist for sure.
That would only increase virtue in the scenario of free will, because it would mean that particular person had such a good heart that they were so strongly compelled to do it that they almost couldn't do otherwise. And that language resonates if there is free will. However, if you reduce it in a non-free will scenario, then
why do all the popular quote Christian apologists have to sound like they're literally sitting on a traffic cone? Plano Dean, $5. Jim Bob, in your debates with Mormons, have they confirmed that they believe Jesus was created through actual physical intercourse between God and Mary? That doesn't come up necessarily. It could, because they do believe God the Father came to reality, physical reality, and found a physical woman and bedded her. So, but, fortunately, when you debate Muslims, or prairie muffin Muslims, Mormons, you don't even have to get to that part. What did I get to really fairly quickly in the debate with the last guy was that his view holds that it's possible that God didn't always exist.
then I couldn't do otherwise is like, well, then why are we clapping our hands for you?
Exactly. But then you have slightly then shifted what you're saying, which is no longer on if you believe in free will, it's no longer quite.
I have never seen a talking snake, but you think a snake actually and other things turned into humans? So you think a talking snake's crazy, but over a long period of time that you don't observe, snakes literally turn into other things? Why can't they turn into a talking thing? Dummy.
Admire that you made that decision.
Unhit bone, $5.
We say we admire that you've got a good heart that made you make that decision, which is a slightly different thing, because you're not admiring the choice they made, you're admiring their character.
Would I debate them? Yeah, I would debate them on materialism.
And that's what virtue ethics is all about, by the way. It says, it's not so much that we admire.
I mean, I'm not even close to on his radar. I'm not. He won't even debate Jay, so he's not going to debate a more aggressive version.
Admire the thing you've done. It's that we admire the virtuous character that indicates, and that's the thing that's admired. And that's
Well,
actually a lot more
I think-
compatible with the no free will thing.
But I think that that the admiration of the heart only makes sense if there is free will, and so if you're I think either if you're going to talk about the internal,
Dude, it's not even that. You know what I mean? This guy's so weak. That's what I despise about online stuff, is you always get the weakest people representing and countering these people. Dude, it's so much worse, guy, than you're making it. You're letting Alex off like so easily here. Listen to what he just said.
that the admiration of the heart only makes sense if there is free will, and
No. Even without free will, like let's say you like, the question of free will is important, but look, under a materialistic view, there's no such thing as admiration. That's just an effect of physics that's happening. Whatever you're thinking that's called, it's not really that. It's ontologically no different than farting. Do you understand? This is why he's not brutal enough, right? He has to ask a better question. If materialism is true and the universe is strictly mechanistic, Alex O'Connor, whatever we call the experience of admiring someone, how is that ontologically different than farting? And they just never ask. It really makes me really mad.
Determinists say that I am not responsible for pooing in the streets since I am determined to do so.
That's right. We're determined, right? Climate change, racism, evolution denial, all determined. There's no virtue in holding to evolution or denying it. Nothing. Why do I share a name with this Yahoo? I know, I'm sorry, Derek. I remember when Jay tore into him like a hobo into a bologna sandwich. Yeah, Jay broke him. He had to do a cope stream after that. Jay annihilated him on his own term, myth, by the way. If you guys remember on Mixed Bag Panel, my little panel show I did. Jay basically ruined Derek's view because his whole shtick is like debunking myths. But he holds to a Big Bang and an evolutionary paradigm. And under his own standard of what constitutes a myth, Jay demonstrated that Derek actually believes in a myth. He didn't like that. So what did he do? He, less than a week after, he contacted Alex Malpass to try to do some sort of damage control optically. Steelborn, $5. Alex is saying, if you believe in free will, is so funny if he doesn't even realize it. Yeah. There's no you, too. There's no you. It's a problem with this mustache guy. He's granting Alex a you. There's no you. It's just an object. There's no you. David James Flood, $5. Zamani has committed 2 separate logical fallacies in the space of 2 minutes. Yeah, we should probably ban him. We don't want to import low IQ people, right? We're not Daniel Pikachu. Nobody, $5. Next Mormon debate. I'll see if I can find you an opponent. I will debate Mormons as long as I'm alive.
And so if you're, I think either if you're going to talk about the internal or the external, I think they both are commendable on free will, and neither are commendable without free will.
Why does he have to talk like such a gay dude?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Oh, just okay. Wow, Derek, top tier.
Will, and neither are commendable without free will. Only makes sense if there is free will, and so if you're, I think either if you're going to talk about the internal or the external, I think they both are commendable on free will, and neither are commendable without free will.
Yes, what he's saying is true. Whatever, to even examine the problem assumes some type of free will toward a solution of a problem. This is why reasoning and debate, if you deny free will, but you think you're reasoning and debating, you have this assumption that you have a will that gears you toward truth, that you're debating to get to the truth, that you can apprehend truth with the will to pursue it. That you actually have that will. And so if you deny the will, you deny the very thing you're assuming while you're arguing. And Derek's big top level response is what?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, we know you don't know about that. This is the mindset that lets criminals go free 47 times so they can go and kill people. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And it's not even, dude, that's not even hyperbolic, Landon. The progressive mental illness called liberalism, or everything away from Christianity, I should say, leads to this entailment. If it's the case that nobody really has free will and we're all just biological machines from a long process where we were once a fish, we're just in this process. He didn't really mean he was determined to. It was because of his economic situation. It was because of systematic racism. He's at the effect of everything. Everyone's at the effect of everything. There's no justice. Now, the irony of a bunch of people who deny the actuality of justice in some meaningful way, pursuing it, is hilarious.
I think that the reason I say that you've shifted it from the action to the heart.
Tanky Bot says determinism doesn't lead to progressive crime politics. It's Christianity that leads to that. Cool assertion.
Heart is because
I guess the retards are out and about. A little early for them, don't you think?
Because we've essentially pushed the problem back, which is now we have to decide, did you decide to have a good heart or a bad heart? And again, like as a Christian, as someone who believes in free will, you say, oh, of course, like it's you choose. You might not choose crudely, like, oh, I'm just going to have a good heart now. But it might be something like, well, you can develop a good heart through making the right decisions. But then we sort of come full circle. Because then we've got to talk about free will and decision making again. The question is, if you have a good heart and I have a bad heart.
There's no such thing as a decision, bro. Decision etymologically means to cut off an alternative. Decide. To kill off an alternative. Decide, to split. You're killing off another and you're going, this is the one. There's no such thing as decide. There actually is no such thing as any side. Homicide, genocide, decide, pesticide. There's no such thing as that under determinism. There's no killing off of anything. There's just the unfolding of mechanical processes. That's it. No one decided anything.
Did we choose to have a good heart and a bad heart in any meaningful sense? And believe me when I say that this is a conversation that has been going on for
nice fake laugh, dude.
For a very long time, and we can take it as far as
I have no idea what he just said.
As you want, because it's your show, but
sure.
It's what happens is the same
yes.
problem kind of keeps arising at different levels. It's at the level of the action, then at the level of the heart, then at the level of like the soul or whatever, and the question just keeps arising. Whatever it is that determines that action, were you in control of it? And I think that
dude, Alex is really all over this stuff. This is definitely a
You didn't follow a single thing he just said, Derek, you bimbo. You might as well be in a cheerleading outfit. Go, Alex! I don't even know what they're saying, but I love him.
Zally in philosophy, and of course I like to think about this stuff as well.
No, you don't think about any of it.
What do you like to think about?
What do you like to think about? Please keep my business afloat. Right after these messages.
Comment down below what you thought about this video. I'd like to hear your insights. Forgive me on forgetting Prometheus. How can I...
Oh, no. Let me see if someone engaged with my topic here. Okay, so I wrote it here, you guys. Here. Take a look, see? Take a look. What do you guys bet? What do you guys bet? My argument gets engaged with or not? What do you want to take bets? In fact, I'm actually leaning toward determinism because I think it's deterministically so that whoever's about to comment on my reply here to this argument, they won't be able to. I'll read it for you if you're listening. Premise 1, states of affairs are not true or false. Premise 2, under physicalism, evaluations and beliefs are states of affairs. Conclusion, under physicalism, evaluations and beliefs cannot be true or false. No one has addressed this argument. Let's see if anybody addresses it. Here we go. That's a non sequitur. Even if I grant you your premises, and I don't, you don't have any reason to deny them, though. It does not logically follow that under physicalism, nothing can be true or false. I didn't say nothing. I said, you snake. Where did I put nothing? They have to lie. Where is nothing in my argument? The word nothing? I said evaluations and beliefs. Liars. Premise 1 is unjustified and violates the law of excluded middle. True and false are mutually exclusive, and no, he grants himself true and false, of course. So your counter to premise 1, you can't actually tell me how pure states of affairs are true or false. I'm claiming from a physicalist view, everything inductively we know about states of affairs, events out in there in space, they're just occurring. They're not true or false. They're just occurring. And he's like, no, you can have true or false. No, that's the thing in question, bucko. You either have to fish or you don't have to fish. You cannot simultaneously... Dude, this is not even what we're talking about. Nope. Totally not. Totally not a counter. He just says it's fallacious. He doesn't tell me how it's fallacious. P1 violates the law of excluded middle? No, it doesn't. States of affairs are not true or false. How does that violate the excluded middle? I mean, these people are actually retarded, though. So I have to keep that in mind here. They really are dumb. Spiritually dumb. Speaking of spiritually dumb.
The prayer ended, we look up to see them taunting us in our faces with bacon.
Oh, la 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 la.
I had to relive the whole thing again.
Oh, Muslims disgust me. They're so gross. All right. Well, that was good. I'll get a good decent clip roasting Derek there. And we'll move on to something else here, which just came out. Jake Rattlesnake debating Planet Peterson. By the way, did you guys see the cope that I posted? Planet Peterson. Anyone who watched the debate will know how truly pathetic this is. It's just so bad. So here we got it. This was his cope post. Look at this. I don't know. I mean, I'm used to it at this point. Instead of looking at his own argument and looking at the problem that he had during the debate, I look at problems I have during debates. I have problems during debates. He doesn't look at the problem, Peterson here. He goes, quote, this is his Yelp review of our debate. He says, do abstract things exist? Peterson writes, they're a tool for our brains use. Yeah, but do they exist? In that sense, yes, but do they exist? He says that's 99% of the video. Well, by the way, that debunks your argument if you agree with the video, if that's an account of the video. Because if abstractions exist under naturalism, then you admit that naturalism can't actually ground abstract things. That was my debate, bro. It's literally my debate.
Based on the bones, as you can see by the bones, or the bones. Based on the bones.
Yeah.
Based on the bones.
Doesn't make any sense. That's such a cope, dude. 400 likes on that, too. 400 likes on that dumb comment. Or maybe that's 400 likes on my comment. I don't know. Horrifying, dude. Horrifying. Horrifying. All right. Let's get into this guy. Jake Rattlesnake. Kickboxer. Probably beat the faces of so many ladyboys in his career and just didn't even know it. This is really rhetorically funny because Jake establishes that he wants Jake's authoritarian Christian paradigm.
Real. So
those 400 are mine. Ooh, whew. Oh, we got to win. We got to win.
And you think we should use this metaphysical concept of reason to arrive at a thriving society? Have I steel-manned it well?
That's not bad.
Okay, well that means nothing.
You just described it, and you're going to tell me that it means nothing?
B. Sirach, $5. I love you, but I have had Orthothugs theme stuck in my head for 2 days. It just won't go away. Me too. I was just, well, no, I got to be honest. I was singing Woompy. By the way, I put Woompy, I made a Woompy food truck in my print. So, yes, I'm kicking ass on the print. I'm getting through all of your photos that you gave me. I'm going to implant you into the print. It is coming along. So hopefully by Friday, I'll have it up, at least the item for sale, because I need to get pre-orders in to know what I'm dealing with here. But yeah, it's always, yeah, shout out to Hello Listener. That's all him as far as the catchiness. I mean, I wrote the bass line, but the hook on Orthothugs theme song is infectious for sure.
Meanwhile, in Muslim majority countries, none of them allow gay marriage. Most of them outlaw abortion, and they were the last to forfeit the right for women to vote. So,
entertaining and educational content with the goal of teaching those who want to learn and combating misinformation. Please welcome Planet Peterson.
Is it too late? No, they're not already made. I have to just we're doing pre-orders so he'd know how much to print. Last year we made 75. We limited it at that. We don't print any more after this, you guys. So I will keep you posted on that. But Friday will tell us at least a little bit of a telegraph of where we hit the limit. I'm assuming this time around, I'm assuming we're going to print 100 of them. Big Bad Mama coming in with another retarded take. Creationists believe in a literal virgin birth and resurrection and think atheists can't reason. Hey, Big Bad Mama, a virgin births exist today. Ruh-roh. Virgin births exist today, Big Bad Mama. I guess you didn't think that one through.
Also, please join me in welcoming Jake, who runs the channel Rattlesnake TV, a channel.
By the way, Big Bad Mama, the best you can do epistemically to say that people can't rise from the dead or there can't be a miraculous birth or conception, I should say, you're actually using induction. Hey, watch how fast this ends. Hey, Big Bad Mama, is the inductive process a set of likelihood from your view, or is it definitively the case that things can happen? Rut-row. Oh, rut-row. Oh, rut to the row. Tony's an excellent musician. He really is. He really is prolific, too. But like me, terrible at self-promotion. Is the buy-in already over? Yeah, the buy-in's over, Christopher. I did promise, though, once I get through these, if there's a couple lingering, I'll be able to do it, but we have to get moving. So I'll know by the Monday after this coming weekend. I'll know. But it won't be a lot. So tops, I'm saying if there's an additional buy-in, it would be probably capped at 10 tops. But that's if I can get to it, you know. I have a lot of drawing to do. It's crazy.
Focused on unabashedly discussing important and controversial topics using humor and extensive research, and which has over 895,000 subscribers. Please join me in welcoming Jake as well.
Jake is not Orthodox. I believe he's inquiring and he attends here and there, but I mean he has a bigger problem on his plate, which is he's Australian, and you know, where is he going to live?
I like your enthusiasm, folks. We're going to get rolling. I'm going to hand it over to Bob, who is going to moderate.
I'm sorry, where did Big Bad Mama go? I was hoping you were going to respond. Let me ask you more directly, Big Bad Mama. What's your ultimate criteria or criterion or epistemic system to determine what is and is not possible, ultimately?
Rate this debate as I get the other room rolling. Bob has been with us since DebateCon 1. He is one of the most loyal people I've ever met and one of the most sacrificial people I've ever met, and also has 20 years of military experience.
Franklin and...
All right, here we go.
All right. So I'm not sure what a modern society ruled by Christianity would look like, but a modern society ruled by secular humanism, I think you can just look around you, because the axioms of...
Yeah. Hey, Peterson, we've been looking around. You know what we see? Men who believe they're women. Men who are trying to breastfeed babies. Women who think they're men. Children getting chemically castrated. People walking around in the street in front of other children with dildos on their faces, with their asses hanging out. People stripping for children. Yeah. We are looking around. Get your grift up, not your thrift up.
Secular humanism are barely different from the Enlightenment principles that Jefferson, Madison, Franklin, and Paine championed. They and the people who inspired them, such as Locke, Hume, Montesquieu, Spinoza, and Voltaire, they thought that a governing politics should be sourced in human consent and human reason, not divine right or command. And that...
Yeah, none of those people, even if you said they leaned secularist or whatever, none of that, even those people would be horrified with where progressivism off of a secular axiom has led to.
That morality and justice can be...
Dude, there are suicide pods. You can walk into a place, get in a pod, hit a button like a vending machine for death.
Reasoned from human nature. So are we a society traditionally composed of Christians? Sure. Ruled by a Christian ethos? I don't think so. There's not a...
Is this the debate where Jake says feminism leads to Islam? No, that was the 5v1. And honestly, he got kind of shafted. They needed to bring up people who were just LARPing as opposition. They couldn't find enough people to debate us all.
Single syllable of the Bible that's pro-free speech, anti-slavery, pro-religious liberty, against cruel and unusual punishments, pro-privacy, pro-consent, pro-democracy, or makes any sense whatsoever. To the extent that the vast majority of good Christian people believe in those things, thank secularism for that.
What? Thanks secularism for Christians believing in Christian concepts like human dignity, that we have some sort of unique place in the world with atheism and secularism couldn't possibly say? What are you talking about?
Of course, there are abundant claims about what Christianity stands for. I really hope we don't hear anything about abolishing slavery. Yes, there were Christian abolitionists, but all of the anti-abolitionists were Christian as well. Locke, Montesquieu, Diderot, Rousseau, Condorcet, Voltaire, they all openly argued against slavery on non-Christian grounds years or decades before the Quaker abolitionist movement. So I don't think you get to show up last and then say this was our idea.
Excuse me? Anyone? Saint Gregory of Nyssa? I'm sorry. When did he live? Planet Peterson. Why is it that one of our saints wrote volumes on what would soon to be what you call, like, you know, this intercontinental slave trade? Why was a Christian writing about that in high volumes, in depth? How many centuries before? What are you talking about?
Christians also lost 2 wars they fought to preserve slavery. The Bible is overtly pro-slavery. Permanent abolition was first accomplished...
I'm sorry, what's wrong with slavery? From a secular position. Any secularists want to tell me in the chat? Isn't it possible that from a secularist view, slavery could actually be a good thing? And if you're going to do a utility argument, it's totally possible that slavery for some people, enslaving some people, could actually produce higher quality living for the majority. So long as the math works out arbitrarily defined when, at what threshold, a flourishing society should exist, even in the face of or at the effect of a small minority being slaved, you couldn't actually argue why that would be wrong.
By non-Christians, the French anti-Catholic humanists abolished it in the French Revolution, only to have Napoleon reinstate it. And Anglican Texas went to war for independence from Mexico.
All right, let's skip to Jake's, because we're going to hear the same crap from Peterson. It's always the same crap. this good because I like it, and I like secular views because I like secular views. Well, Jake rips into him because he simply just presents the exact model, except it's Christian.
All right, sorry, I had to do that. My bad. Okay. Thank you for the history lesson, Planet Peterson. I appreciate that. Didn't hear many arguments, but the history lesson was well enjoyed. So let me introduce you guys to my argument today, which is the Christian Authoritarian Humanist Manifesto, a precursor to the Christian Authoritarian Humanist Manifesto of 2025.
In Laudis, yeah, that's the good question. If we're just animals, if George Floyd was an ape, what's the problem? You're just seeing animal stuff. I mean, what's the problem? You know, actually, you know what'd be funny is if they witnessed apes or some other animal enslaving another group of animals, they would find it as like like one of the most jaw-dropping insights to what their evolutionary paradigm. They would actually celebrate it, that the animals mimicked the human behavior, or in this case, they would argue that humans have leftover remnants of the ape, who is then, enslaving people. They would celebrate it if they figured out other animals enslaving people.
Authoritarian humanism is a conservative philosophy of life that, with supernaturalism, affirms our ability and responsibility to lead ethical lives of personal fulfillment whilst aspiring to the greater good of humanity. The life stance of Christian authoritarian humanism is guided by reason, inspired by courage to confront the unknown, and informed by self-serving yet self-evident experiences, encouraging us to live life well and fully. It has persisted throughout the ages and continues to evolve through efforts.
Ants enslave aphids. Yeah, but that's the thing. That's why I don't really grant it, because slavery, like an ant, are they just mechanically doing something, right? Like slavery, the way in which we look at it, it's kind of like, it kind of smuggles in, there's a will to violate. So that's why I go like, yeah, fly on the wall, ants enslave aphids. But really, if what we're talking about slavery, there's an element where you're actually dominating the will of something else, but that would just say that aphids have sort of will that could be violated.
Of thoughtful people who recognize the values and ideals necessary to achieve the greater good. These values adapt as our knowledge and understanding of the greater good advance. This document is part of an ongoing effort to articulate the conceptual boundaries of Christian authoritarian humanism. It provides what we must believe, and if necessary, we will enforce consensus in what we do believe. In the spirit of absolute divine justice and for the integrity of all of mankind. It's actually remarkable how closely my views align with my opponents, albeit with a subtle but crucial nuance. And it reads as follows. Number 1, knowledge of the world is derived by observation, experiment.
Okay, so he basically, what Jake does, I'm going to fast forward this because we don't need to hear it all. Jake takes all of the Humanist Manifesto bullet points. He swaps secularism with his Christian secular authoritarian view and describes the same thing. He's asking Peterson why it's wrong. Right? He's just swapping out the value sets.
So try to wait till the end of the question. But if you do ask a question, your opponent has the right to answer what you've been asked. So as long as we can keep it civil and there's minimal interruptions, my job is easy, and we'll go from there. 60 minutes, open dialogue.
All right. Planet Peterson, I would first like to know which Humanist Manifesto you follow. Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3?
I don't follow any manifestos.
Ooh, that's the end of the debate. Peterson has no idea how fatal that answer was. Why is it fatal? It proves the parity of Jake's position. Jake is presenting his own parity unique to him, Jake. This is my secular humanist manifesto. By asking Peterson right off the bat, I mean, this is a kill shot move. What are you following? I don't. And by saying I don't, it's arbitrarily just his, just like Jake's is arbitrarily his. It's over. Because he equalized the two views immediately. He said there can't be a better one. At least his view at this point already, you can't tell me which is better.
So it's the Planet Peterson Manifesto?
No. Do you know it? I don't think you know what secular humanism is.
Well, secular humanism has 3 manifestos, right?
It's the manifestos are not what secular humanism is. I defined it in my opening.
But so what do you follow then? Is it just Planet Peterson's manifesto?
No, I don't know what you mean by what do I follow. I mean, I try not to break the law.
Oh, you follow. Wait a second. Can't secularism change the law?
I have all kinds of private ideas, and try not to. I have all kinds of private ideas, but I get my inspiration from the culture I live in. Everybody does that. I think
the culture you live in, is that derivative of Christian values, Christian metaphysics?
The vast majority, I went over this in my history lesson, but the vast majority of the good ideas that have shaped this world that you and I can comfortably live in, anybody of any walk in faith can comfortably live in, are reasoned from a kind of secular humanism.
So private ideas. So it is. So you are the authority on secular humanism.
I explicitly said actually kind of the opposite of that.
Thanks for the taxes, Frederico.
Said I do have my own private ideas, but I draw inspiration from the culture.
You draw inspiration, but we're talking about your ideas. We're not talking about this sort of fluffy language about I draw inspiration from the. Who is the authority? Does your worldview have a normative authority or not? I'm the authority of Christian authoritarian humanism.
I don't think
nice, Jake.
That it has an authority because
there's no authority.
I don't think.
So okay. Peterson just doesn't think about this stuff. If there's no authority, then on what basis could you actually say one is better than the other, if not your own authority? And if it's your own authority, then you too hold to, like Jake's, an authoritarian view, that your view should be deployed. Your view should adopt and utilize the legislative and executive branches. That you hold the muscle in this society. That's what you're declaring, and so is Jake.
I actually have a question about that in here, so that's really funny that you said that. No, I don't claim to be an authority. I don't want to live under authoritarianism. I don't think you do as well. I mean, you believe God has the ultimate authority, so in that
I think we already
sense,
live under authoritarianism.
I mean, okay, that's interesting, but no,
what's interesting?
I am the captain now.
Think about it. Tell me how we don't.
How do we not live under authoritarianism?
Yeah.
Because we have a society that is structured under the consent of the governed.
What do you think authoritarianism is?
Buddy, I'm not doing stupid shit like this.
You made
turning
claims
this
we don't
into
live
a
under
clown
authoritarianism,
show,
but what is it?
And you're trying to, you've strawmanned me already. You've called
Christian authoritarian humanism for
me
the win.
dictator of the world, and now you're just trying to say, every time I make a statement, you say, define the last word that you said. So we live in a democracy. Democracies are not authoritarian.
I'm going to ask you again. You may not want to answer the question.
If there's a group of people who don't want a democracy, but they don't want to use the methods of democracy, you're going to see how authoritarian the democracy is, Peterson. The moment you have a rebellion that says, we don't agree with this. We don't agree with this. We're not doing this. We're not following this. I'm not following the representative democracy laws and system. I'm not doing this anymore. Tell me. The moment that happens, you're going to know whether something's authoritarian or not.
But it is a debate. So what do you think authoritarianism is?
That's a good question. I would say it's something like subjugating the masses under ideas that are held by the few, the power.
Yeah, you mean like when we put a flag in the ground and said, we're going to do this with guns? You said, oh, here's a flag and what we're doing. Jake's authoritarian, Christian, authoritarian, secular humanism. Flag in the ground with guns by a minority. The founding fathers did just that. Now, Jake, you know, you're like me, Jake. You're already on to the next move. You wanna hit him in all of his muscles. Body, face, kidney shots, leg kicks. I'm very similar, but it's also my flaw. I don't know if it's your flaw. It's definitely my flaw, because this is so crucial, this moment right here. Because everything he's defending is the fruit of the few flag in the ground guns. That's the irony here, is that the system he's defending, the history of it, the crafting of it is by the few with guns.
Powerful, whatever.
I've actually got a definition. So we don't have proprietary definitions here. Proprietary definitions. I'll pull up a definition of authoritarianism and see if we can both agree to it. Okay. James, the Wi-Fi's a little bit slow in here. Hey, it's okay. All right. So, favoring or enforcing strict obedience to authority at the expense of personal freedom.
Do you think that that's bad?
No.
Okay.
I think we live under that right now. Your secular humanist society that we currently live under.
I asked you if you think it's bad.
No.
Oh. Okay.
Do you think that we should have unlimited personal freedoms and never have any authority? Is that what you're saying?
No.
So then you think it's good?
No, because if it comes from the consent of the governed, then it's not top down and dictatorial.
Buddy, that's what democracy is. You elect an authority, and then you are obedient to the authority.
You're subject to it. Yeah, you're electing through this process that, by the way, there's no other process you can use. That's already authority. People take this for granted. They don't understand that when you're born into this society, a representative republic, you're already born into being subjected to. You're under the subjugation of the few, the government, who has declared and maintained that this is the system we live in. You can't just wake up and suddenly go, no, that's not the system, unless you actually fight. Then we're still back to authoritarianism, because whoever uses the best force wins the fight, right? To establish the new paradigm.
Yes, but we have representation and we have the power to dispose them if we want to.
But then there's another authority.
Peaceful means.
Yes.
If you're just going to say that everything is authoritarianism, then okay.
Boom.
This isn't very interesting.
Well, no. If you actually say okay to that and you agree, then it is very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting.
Jim Bob. Full brown Vagine will read half brown Justin's words.
Okay.
They really do take for granted that democracy cannot be removed, but then complain. For example, that Trump is destroying the thing that cannot be removed.
Right.
And it's totally possible for the governed to choose a new governance under democracy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just like I said with counterpoints. I just simply ask, if the thing that you're using as a standard or a barometer for what constitutes violating, committing a transgression against this view, well, if the thing you're violating itself could be changed through the system, in this case, it was amending something. You give women rights, you take their rights. You give men the vote, you remove some of their vote. Whatever it is. You give them the freedom to own a gun, you remove their freedom to own a gun. These things can change. They're completely consistent with the Constitution.
And it has
I find it really interesting.
It has nothing to do with Christianity.
I mean, look, we live under an authoritarian. I think maybe you're thinking, I'm going to give you charity here. Maybe you're thinking of totalitarianism. That's not what I said. I said Christian authoritarian humanism. And we already live under an authoritarian society.
Yeah, we just disagree about that.
Okay, but let me help me to understand.
You can't
Does
disagree.
your worldview, this secular humanist worldview that you adhere to, is there a normative authority? And what happens if another secular humanist comes to you and says, you know what, these Christians, I don't believe in God, but they make some pretty damn good points, and they govern. What's your beef with that?
What's my beef with if secular humanists say, hey, I listened to some Christians and they have good ideas?
I know what Jake means by that, but the thing to ask him more, because Jake, it's hard to get these people to focus on a simple question. The framing of the question is, and I know he meant this, so, understand. It's just that with these people, you have to be so specific with your language, which is, how is that a contradiction? If a Christian like me, Jake's authoritarian secular government, right? If I want to adopt the Christian paradigm and I don't believe in any of the Christian views, how is it inconsistent with your secular view? It's not, right? It's not. I mean, what's your beef might get it out of him?
Yeah, and we're going to govern accordingly, according to the Christian Authoritarian Humanist Manifesto.
Which doesn't exist, by the way. He copy and pasted the Secular Humanist Manifesto 3 and then just sprinkled Christianity on top of it.
Yeah, it's genius. It's a genius move. That's why you get the smug smirk. He earned it. Jake earned the smug he earned that smirk. So just to be clear about Jake's position, the definition of authoritarianism, listen closely, the enforcement or advocacy of strict obedience to authority at the expense of personal freedom. Jake read this. He said, Is that not what we have now? Yes, it is what we have now. We have enforcement for the advocacy of a strict obedience, rights, laws, to the authority at the expense of personal freedom. Yes. We don't have unbridled personal freedoms.
I would never do that. I would never do that. But I'm glad you know what the Secular Humanist Manifesto is, at least.
A little bit.
Where were we before?
I don't know. I want to ask you some questions.
No.
So
we need to understand.
No, you don't get to tell me. No.
You do, actually. And one thing Peterson needs to work on, if you're listening, because you're not getting good critiques from your own. That's why we're good. We love each other. We give each other good critiques, hard critiques sometimes. You guys don't, so you never learn anything. You get dominated in debates, Peterson, because people like myself, or if it's Andrew or if it's Jake, we are going to steamroll you. We are going to interrogate you into the ground. And that's what happens. And they're like, it's not fair. He interrogated me into the ground. Yeah, what are you going to do about it? You're going to have to ask us a harder question than we ask you, but you can't.
No.
We need to understand what the authority is for secular humanism according to Planet Peterson.
I have described
what do you
the
do?
Principles of democracy already.
So democracy.
Yes, I think that's a very fine system to use.
Ooh, there's nothing better. The stricter you get with democracy, the more direct you get. There is no better path aside from pure violence to lead to totalitarianism. That's a terrible alliterative word. Totalitarianism. That's the best way. I mean, if you were to develop a virtuous path to strict authority totalitarianism, it would be direct democracy. I mean, that would be the best. Mob rule, direct to it, right? Why not? Now, you can still get to it through a representative republic. It just is a little harder, but you can still get to it. You can get to it. It just takes a little. It's like you're diluting the path a little. You're making it a little more flowy. Instead of opening the valve of the hose full, you're doing a half valve release. But you can still get there. You can still get there. AW, do you yet to be seen, Jim Bob? You need full sentences, bro. That's how we talk here. We make full sentences. So, do you do? I said a lot there. If you just say you do, I don't know what you're referring to because I'm not in your mind. Ancient waves, modern graves. Now do us a favor and be a big boy and write a full question.
What do you do if another secular humanist comes along and says, you know what? All this human thriving, these Christians, Christian authoritarian humanists, make a pretty damn good point. We're going to govern like that. What's your problem with that?
If the inspiration that those Christian secular, that's funny. If the inspiration they draw from that is grounded in trying to understand the human condition and
we did, Peterson. We understand the human condition from a strictly secular position. The human condition is, I want stuff, and I'm going to do what it takes to get stuff. Okay, that's the secular human position. The Christian human position is that you don't just pursue what you want, right? That's not the Christian position. You don't just use force. That's not the Christian position. The Christian position is that force is necessary, and there has to be some meta-ethical view that dictates when you use force and when you don't, why you use force and why you don't. Secularism has nothing on this. They have no position. There's no deontology. There is Christian deontology. There are duties and moral obligations. That's why Christians can hold each other to account. A secularist can't. Now, what's better for society? A society of people that can hold each other to account, or a society that can't? You can't approach another secularist and say, you're being a bad secularist. You're not a real secularist. You can't say that.
Improve upon it and believing that reason is our guiding principle, and they don't do it by saying God is telling me we should do this, therefore we should do it, then it is just secularism. And
that's still a reason. No, dude, you don't understand how crucial this is against your position, Peterson. Jake's position is that absent a God, he's still using reasoning to reason that a otherwise Christian lawful paradigm is He's choosing based on his preferences, which are reasoned. I like that. That's a reason. I want that. I want a Christian authoritarian regime from a secularist position. It's reasoned. He's like, no, you have to use, if the reason is it's God, then it's wrong. Well, dude, this is silly, because if you asked Peterson if he supported some type of law from his paradigm, he would have to tell Jake he was wrong if he agreed with the same law but came to it from a Christian paradigm. He'd have to disagree with it on the basis of how he came to it rather than whether or not he agrees with the same position.
And I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, what is reason?
Reason is, that's an interesting question. I would just say it's the tool we use to the mental tool we try to use to understand the world.
Am I using reason?
I don't think you're being reasonable, but I think so.
I think I'm using reason, so...
Yes, that's very secular.
So I used reason. I'm secular.
Yeah, that's the debate. If it's very secular of him, then it's possible that a Christian paradigm could be superior to a general secular paradigm. That he has no reason to say you can't use strict authority and force. You know what I mean?
If I'm a secular humanist and I've used my reason to come to the conclusion that Christianity and the principles of Christianity, Christian authoritarian humanism, are better than yours, what is your problem with that?
I already answered that question, but this is hypocritical of you because you're not relying on authority from God. You have separated yourself from God to do this.
I mentioned him.
Yeah, you mentioned him, but you have not drawn your inspiration from it. You haven't proclaimed.
Where else did I get it from?
You didn't pray about it. You didn't consult the council of bishops.
See what I'm saying? So his argument becomes the methodology from which he determines his conclusions. But under secularism, it wouldn't matter what your methodology is. So Peterson's in a contradiction. If ultimately we are all our own dictators, right? Then Peterson's using his own dictatorship to determine what's a good reason and what's a bad reason for coming to conclusions. It's really simple.
Well, I feel like you would have said so. You are not, like, God isn't in the equation anywhere in here.
God isn't in the equation.
No, you haven't brought him up.
I use God's preferences.
No, you didn't.
I said, are you not listening? I said I want to adhere to God's preferences. Honestly, I don't even know if this debate can move forward unless I really understand like the crux of your worldview. Because right now it is just pure fluff. It is just whatever Planet Peterson says about being governed by reason. I've just demonstrated that I use reason. So what's the difference between you and I?
If you would have listened to my history lesson, you would have heard how I invoked philosophers who are both Christian and not Christian that informed the worldview that I espouse that I think is preferable.
So now they're the authority. See what I'm saying? It's like before, Peterson doesn't want to say that he's the authority under his view, but he ultimately is. But then he goes, oh, there's the previous people who I like. Well, are they the authority now? Okay, great. We're getting closer to your view.
So I don't know what you're doing, but this is just ridiculous.
I'm trying to understand your worldview. I think I'm being pretty good faith here. I'm trying to understand. So you're saying that your philosophy, Planet Peterson, is an amalgamation of various different philosophers over history, okay? And you think that God's not real, so then you think we should use this metaphysical concept of reason to arrive at a thriving society.
That's right. Reason is the God now.
Have I steel-manned it well?
That's not bad.
Okay, well that means nothing.
You just described it, and you're going to tell me that it means nothing?
I can describe something that means
magic
nothing.
Doesn't exist. What you believe is magic. Therefore, it's nothing.
I'll grant it, sure.
Okay.
All right.
How do we become a Christian society?
Well, a Christian authoritarian humanist society, you mean?
Jake, I'm actually interested in trying to have a somewhat intellectual exercise here.
I would love to, but I have no idea what you think.
Great.
You're saying that you said to me before that things should be governed by reason. I demonstrated that I'm using reason. If somebody comes along to you as a secular humanist,
then that's just secularism.
And they are using different principles, you actually have no way to combat that.
Right. So if he's saying that's just secularism, you know, he might argue though there's a paradox from the Christian view. The paradox he could say from the Christian view is that if you propose a Christian society absent all of the beliefs, but you came to it from a secular position, if that position is still superior to then his secular position, then it's still secularism for the win. Is that the argument? Well, it's not the win that you think it is, because the reasons you're holding to a secular view is because of the outcomes that Christian produces, not the worldview itself, not the beliefs. It's about the outcomes. And they say this all the time, so you can catch them in a contradiction. You could say this: do you have a problem with Christians believing a bunch of nonsense so long as they don't force it on you through the justice system? And you said, yeah, that's exactly where I would draw the line. Well, no, that's a contradiction. Because Jake says, well, no, I want to cross the line. And then he says, no, that's where it's wrong. But the problem is, it's not wrong under secularism. It's just using secularism to institute a Christian authoritarian regime from a secular view. It's a contradiction in the view. Chaw, $10. Well, he's actually not even using the philosophers as an authority. It's still him because he just takes the parts that fits his preference. Yeah, there's no normative authority. He's like, I like a little of that, I like a little of this, I like the Christian view that we have dignity, humans are special. Okay. That's where I would go. I would say, I mean, Jake did fine with this. This is definitely a fun rhetorical defeater. It's a good argument as well. But a secular view, what's better for society is the assumption of belief in something that's completely a lie. In this case, for Peterson's view, it would be that humans have dignity, that they actually have dignity, that there's an actual moral worth to human beings. Secularism has no reason to believe that. In fact, if a secularist denied that there was any dignity or moral worth to humans, you couldn't call them a wrong secularist, right? You couldn't actually say that. David, for $5, all philosophers Peterson named checked, had their own distinct worldview and disagreed with one another on numerous points. Yeah, he's cherry picking. Secularism, more like secularism.
There's nothing to combat because you literally just appealed to a secular process of reason.
A secular process?
So this is the end also. If someone comes to a secular reasoning perspective, I don't know, like the French Revolution, I don't know, like killing millions of people, you know, entering the Notre Dame Cathedral, complete bloodshed, right? In the name of revolution from a secular worldview against a theistic one, a Christian, in this case, Catholic specifically. But that's totally reasoned.
How is reason secular?
Because you're not sourcing it in God. When
what
you
if I use reason to arrive at God?
Jake, when you...
That's question begging, by the way.
Reason, where is God doing any of the work?
If I use my own rational faculties, I'll grant to you, maybe God not real though, okay? Maybe God not real. If I use my rational faculties to arrive at God, how am I not using reason?
I didn't say you're not using reason. I said
so
God's
then we're
not
back
part
to
of
the start.
picture.
Equal playing field, I'm using reason.
This is where it gets a little bit confusing because there's two questions. Whether or not when you use reasoning, you're actually appealing to God. I would argue, yes, you are. But Jake's not going to deploy a tag argument in the middle of this debate because that's not the strategy. And that's not what he argues. That's not his argumentation. So he's going to keep it within the paradigm of, well, I'm using reasoning. If we both grant each other reasoning, on what basis is my reasoning wrong and yours is right? If I come to the conclusion from my reasoning that I'm going to deploy a Christian authoritarian regime, how am I not using reason? That's all you have to ask, really. How am I not using reasoning? Which Jake asked in a number of ways. He's just not pinning them on the question. How is it I'm not using reasoning to come to an authoritarian regime for a Christian regime?
You're using reason. What separates us?
The way you keep twisting this is insane. I said God's not part of the equation, and then you admitted it, and then you flipped around and said to me, so Peterson, what's the problem? I don't have a problem here yet. Your problem is that you're just abandoning your faith.
How have I abandoned my faith?
Because you explicitly said God's not part of the reasoning process.
There's a difference between saying I will grant an argument for the sake of debate and saying that God isn't real. That's not what I said. I said I'll grant it for the sake of the debate just so we can potentially get somewhere with this.
You should have listened when I interrupted you, because I said even if God exists, the process of us using reason is secular.
No, that's a claim that you can't justify. That's just begging the question, and you're assuming that reasoning can't doesn't need to be grounded in anything. You actually, you know where I would go with this, which is where I took him in the morning after debate, which is simple, which is like reasoning from a secular view is just some sort of process that occurs that's determined. All you have to do is say, okay, well, what is reasoning? And Jake could just ask Peterson in this debate, because it's still relevant. Under a secular view, is reasoning just a determined biological thing that's happening? He would say yes. And then if Jake said, if I used my mechanical, biological, determined brain to come to the conclusion and act out, not just to come to the conclusion, but act out what would, from your view, would be a Christian authoritarian regime, how am I not using the same mechanism as you? Which he asked him, but it couldn't be wrong. It couldn't even be better or worse, in fact.
How is it secular? So you're saying Christians can't use reason?
Where does God enter the equation when you have thoughts?
Well, what's a thought? Not a thought. What's a thought under a secular view? Now, Jake's not going to get into this, and it's not necessary, but I would have gotten into this because I wouldn't grant him reasoning at all from a secular view.
So nowhere. You said that it's not part of the process.
Listen, so you're saying that Christians can't use reason?
No, I said when they use reason, that is divorced from God. It's not secular. There's no such thing as Christian math. There's no such thing as Christian science. There's no such thing as Christian me having an idea in my head. That makes zero sense.
But there is such thing as secular science, not just science.
Science just is secular.
So secular science is a thing.
I couldn't hear you.
Secular science, that's a thing.
Science is secular.
Science,
there's no God in the science.
Science is science.
Yeah.
It's not secular science, it's just science. Christians use science just as well as secularists use science.
When I say secular...
Jake did ask earlier, what is reason? He said, yeah, he can't answer what reason is, right? It's just mechanical. So it's like a Christian's using the same reasoning as the atheist. It's just the brain doing something, and when the brain does something and it results in your body doing something, even if you had a little mustache, there's no real difference from Peterson's view of the guy with a mustache and everyone under him doing something, and a bunch of secularists doing something else. It's just groups of beings doing stuff.
What I'm really meaning is that it's just devoid of this one thing. So then, yes, it just becomes tautological. Science is science. Math is math. Yeah. There's no Jesus math. There's no Buddha math. There's no Muslim science. Math. There's just, those things just are what they are.
I mean, I'm willing to even grant
they just are.
For you, for the sake of the argument, maybe God isn't real. But what we're trying to arrive at here is outcomes. What we're trying to arrive at here is human flourishing. So I actually want to know, based on Planet Peterson's authoritarian secular humanism, because this is just coming purely from your brain, how do we arrive at intergenerational long-term human flourishing?
I have already answered that question, and I've already addressed how you're strawmanning it by saying it's according to me. It's not according to me. But if we're going to talk about flourishing, so I looked up the countries that have the 10 biggest Christian populations. Only one of them outlaws abortion, but Egypt, Iraq, Sierra Leone, Senegal, and these are all Muslim countries. It's all illegal there, and throughout the Middle East and North Africa, it's extremely restricted. Half of the biggest Christian countries have legal gay marriage. There isn't a single Muslim majority country that allows it. As far as women voting,
Isn't it weird that if Christianity is worse for society, why is it all of the secularists start adopting Christian traditional things like marriage or family values or church? They start a church. They start a big gay church. It's weird that they're just constantly mimicking the traditions that they deny.
They can vote in all but 2 countries, but Christians were the first to give them the right to vote. Muslims were the last to do it. So do you envy them? Those Muslim countries?
Where is this happening in Christian authoritarian humanist societies?
Do you envy these Islamic countries?
We're not talking about Islam, dude.
Where is this happening?
If you're not going to answer any questions, then I will not answer any of your questions too. I'm done with the clown show.
Listen, this is not a clown show, buddy. You have got just as much as your worldview. You can't even explain it. You're just saying it's by reason.
You can't answer a yes.
Well, Jake could just say, what does a Muslim country have to do with my Christian authoritarian regime?
No question.
I'm just giving you what you're giving me. That's all I'm doing. Yours comes from your brain. Mine comes from my brain. What's the difference?
Never said that. Do you envy these cultures?
You didn't say it, but it's self-evident.
I promise you that I will ask you this exact same question for the rest of the time we have today. Do you envy these cultures?
So what, we're going to just take the debate hostage?
You're the one doing that by not answering the question.
Why don't you ask me about Christian authoritarian humanism, which is
Do you
my
envy
own
them?
construction rather than Muslim cultures?
Do you envy them?
You're just going to
It's irrelevant.
ask me this question. You're just going to be bad
I
faith
said
the
I
whole
was
time?
going to. Yeah.
You're going to be bad faith the whole time?
You're not answering
gonna
the
be bad
question,
faith?
and you're calling
Really?
me bad faith. Do you envy them?
Say, no, I don't envy them. I'm back. I'm back. Am I back? Am I back?
They were the last to forfeit the right for women to vote. So do you envy them?
Do I envy Sierra Leone? No.
Which group of countries is morally superior and why?
We're not talking actually about which group of countries are morally superior. We're talking
Yes,
about
we
our
are.
prescriptions.
No. We're not talking. We're not making an argument that they're morally good, Peterson. We're talking about what's better, what's best for society. Best doesn't, in this debate, best doesn't necessarily mean most moral. In fact, based on the outcomes, you could have the most moral society doing the worst in outcomes. You could have the most moral society starving without water. What are you talking about?
For human flourishing based upon my worldview and based upon
Yes.
your worldview.
That is exactly why I went to this, because you said I'm interested in an ethos or something that secures a long future of human flourishing or whatever. I know you're against these things. Christian countries aren't doing the things you're against. They are. So who's morally superior?
Well, I'm not Sierra Leone. My prescriptions are based upon my Christian authoritarian humanist manifesto, and I've outlined
still
my
he won't
prescriptions.
answer the
If you want to
question.
ask me about Christian authoritarian
That's
humanism,
funny.
you can do so.
I am. This
Okay,
is a question
okay.
about that. Which group is more morally superior?
Which group is more morally superior?
Yes.
Who?
I'm asking you.
Out of like Sierra Leone and the Muslims, or
These Muslim majority countries that outlaw things that you're in favor of outlawing, the Christian countries largely don't. Which one is morally superior?
you have to give me more context about societies.
Just
What do you mean morally superior? It's irrelevant. Who cares? I'll say they're amoral. Just be like, oh, they're both amoral. Now, moving on.
based off of that knowledge.
You just asked me
what
who's
would you
morally
judge?
superior. If they said Planet Peterson punched someone in the face yesterday, Jake didn't punch someone in the face yesterday, who is morally superior? I'd need to know a little bit more about the person.
But if you had to guess, you'd
gonna
probably
guess.
go with yourself. If you just won't, you refuse to engage in this.
It's a stupid question. Let's be.
The question, yeah, I mean, it really is irrelevant. You could just say, what I think is morally superior. It doesn't matter which one. I get to determine. Actually, one day one is morally superior, and on Tuesdays, the other is morally superior. What's the contradiction?
It's not a stupid question.
It is.
You're just a.
If you want, we can talk about what I think rather than about what Sierra Leone
We
thinks.
can't talk about what you think. I asked.
Secular humanism, okay? Nowhere in the world.
There's
at
no such
all.
thing as
So
that.
we are on an equal playing field. So now we're going to talk about prescriptions for the future based upon our worldviews and what we think. Okay?
Yes.
Not about Sierra Leone, not about Egypt. We're going to talk about what we think. Okay.
Now, you could say to this guy, Peterson, you could say this could be true of a neighboring state or a neighboring society. You could say, does secular humanism prescribe intervention for other countries that don't share our moral values? Is there a threshold at which we should intervene from a secular view?
Okay. Does that sound fair enough?
Sure.
I can examine your worldview. You can examine mine.
No, I
And
can't because you
remember,
wanted
the
to answer the
topic of the
question.
debate is Christianity or secular humanism, which is best for society.
Yes. Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
So, like,
As long as I get to ask one next.
yeah, that's totally fine. So, like, I've seen some of your stuff, and you seem to rant a lot against like feminism and like sexual immorality, stuff like that, and all this other stuff. So, I haven't really heard you say how any of that would be bad for society beyond maybe like birth rates go down. So, the other stuff
I think he grew up Protestant, actually.
is just stuff that you don't like. So, why, like, is having to coexist with people you don't like your idea of an unhealthy society?
Yeah, dude, that's his argument. Because your standard is what you don't like. So if the reason Peterson denies or rejects Christian authoritarianism is because authoritarianism bad, and he really means we don't like it, he's basically becoming his own authoritarianism by restricting authoritarianism, which is like the paradox of anarchy that anarchy has.
No, I think that you can coexist with people that you don't like all the time. I mean, in terms of feminism and degeneracy and these sorts of things, I think that you can see widespread negative effects of this, such as things like STDs amongst the population. You can also see, obviously, declining birth rates. Declining birth rates is actually not something that's insignificant. Declining birth rates means that over a long period of time, we're going to suffer significant population decreases.
I agree, and we have to do something about that, but
why?
In the United States...
No. Why? See, I would have interrupted him in this if I was Jake. I would have said, wait. We do? Based on what?
Even the Christians are having fewer and fewer and fewer children. So
you said
right there. Why? Why from a secular position do we need to do anything about the population crisis? Why? I mean, this is a massive hole in the secularist position, because if you can get them to admit that they have no duty or obligation from a purely secular view, purely secular reasoning, they have no reason to keep the population alive, to keep humanity alive. They have no reason to. Then an alternative that does would be better for society, because the precondition, the necessary component for society is people.
You said in your opening statement that all of the states are below replacement.
Yeah, no state in the United States is above the 2.2 threshold.
That was a very disingenuous straw man. I noticed that. Because you know what the replacement rate is amongst Catholics and Orthodox?
I said there isn't a state. You're breaking it down to individual states.
I know what you said, but you're implying there that Christians aren't having kids anyway. That's a straw man.
No, I'm implying that there are states in the United States that are more or less Christian, but overall, I want to ask you a question. Do you think that we are a Christian nation? I'm not going to
I rode a kangaroo to school every day, and I'm a filthy, unwashed Australian. I'm not going to talk to you about American history. So, listen. Do you know?
I just mean presently. Is that what you think?
It's irrelevant to the debate. It's irrelevant to the debate.
It's not.
Listen, do you actually know what the birth rates are?
Why, from a theist position, do we need to listen to what God says? We don't, but that's irrelevant to this debate. The question is whether or not Christianity has a deontology, any duties that come with the belief structure, with the society itself. Even if you said we pressured people, even coerced them to fulfill their duties, that's still better. So the question about whether you need to listen to God or not, you don't. You have the free will to move away from God.
Amongst Catholics and Orthodox?
I've looked at the last time I looked at some Pew Research, and they hover between 1.8 and 2.2.
2.2 for Catholics in America.
Yeah. And so they're at it, but that's why I wanted to ask, do you think we are a Christian? So even though we have a lot of Christians in this country...
Just so you know, the next debate was supposed to be set up between me and that lisping Justin Deconstruction Zone. Well, it turns out Justin Deconstruction Zone, who makes his income and his channel on TikTok using one very specific prompt. You know this guy? He got wrecked by Mike Jones on Tim Pool. His prompt is, God is imaginary. Now, I find this a little strange. When James from Modern Day Debate says, hey, Jim Bob, we're setting up, the January or February, whenever it is, the next San Antonio debate. Would you like to debate Justin from Deconstruction Zone? And I said, interesting. Will he debate his prompt that he has up every single day called God is Imaginary? Well, it turns out he won't debate that. Isn't that a little strange? I bet he's we'll do it tonight. His prompt will be God is imaginary. And yet he won't debate that in person? Is deontology a black dude? Yeah, with an apostrophe it is, yeah.
It still is not coinciding with positive birth rates. So I don't...
If the Christians are above replacement rate, the traditional Christian churches are above replacement rate, and the secularists are all way below, then who's holding up the ship here?
We're largely Christian. So if you're...
See, Jake, this is a great attack descriptively, but the real attack against Peterson here is if it's descriptively the case that Christians produce more than secularists, and a society, whether you thought it was good or bad, relies on people. If Christians have a motivating theological factor to it, Is that better than having a demotivating factor? Because I would argue it's not just that secularism has no motivation for reproduction. They actually have an active demotivation for reproduction. So, you know, the secularists would have to at least concede that one point, but it's a key point because the integrity and the existence of the society itself relies wholly on it first. That needs to be the case. There needs to be people.
So is your view then, eventually all the secularists are going to die, the population of the country will go down because of that, but then once all the people like me are dead, then the Catholics and whatever will have more babies and then the population will go back up? Because I don't think that's
ideally,
true.
that's not the case.
Because your birth rates are also declining. They're presently at replacement, but they've been declining. So there's no reason to not think that in 20 years or whatever, when we do these studies again, that Christians won't also be below replacement.
No, the question isn't whether it's because of liberalism, individualism, modernity. The question isn't whether everybody who exists is at some effect of these philosophies, and maybe not even a philosophy, just the fact that like you have more reasons, like you grant yourself some material reasons why you don't have kids or something. I'm not ready, I don't have money and this stuff. That's not the question. The question is which view, secular versus Christianity, has a prescriptive that is normative, a normative prescriptive against depopulating.
You might be right about that, but here's what I would say. I'd say the most positive thing that you can do is to promote family policies and to promote widespread propaganda about why people should have. Have you ever seen those Instagram reels where the woman's holding like a little baby cow in one arm and a baby in the other, and she's on a farmstead and all this sort of stuff?
No.
You never seen that?
No.
Well, you should watch it. It's good content. But this is an example of the kind of propaganda. Because what do you see right now? You see Boss Babe, oh, I'm in Dubai, blah. But if you had more propaganda aimed towards family policies, then I think this would be a positive thing. And the whole crux of my argument here is not that we're going to just start, turn the lights down low, making love, and doing it right now.
You and me, no, definitely not.
That's not the crux of my argument. The crux of my argument, if you notice in my opening statement, is intergenerational human flourishing, which means the promotion of family policies that takes a long time. Look, I may be dead and gone by the time we achieve this, but I'm willing to lay down the seed right now, that will grow a fruitful tree in the future. The problem that I see with the secularists is it's about my freedom right now, and you clearly don't even care about this problem.
About the replacement rate?
Yeah.
No, I do.
What's your prescription to fix it?
There are lots of ideas that have been tried. Not a lot of them work, unfortunately. Like some other countries, they've tried doing things like, we'll give you like a massive first-time homebuyers discount if you have like a few children or whatever. And it works in the short term, and then it stops working in the long term. Yeah, I think they did that. So I don't know.
Yeah, the birth rate has been declining. Yeah, let's look at how the rate of abortions. The rate of abortions, you guys don't even want to know the number. I mean, it'll just anger you. You'll just get mad because if you see it.
I just get so mad.
The increase of abortions parallel to individualism, secularism, enlightenment, feminism is a correlate that you just can't not look at, right? Even modern, heterodox, soft Christians are at the mercy of it. And so that's not some big mystery. We're not doing a murder mystery of like who done it when it comes to abortions.
My hope about...
But the bigger problem is it's not what Peterson, ultimately is. What does Peterson think? Secularism. Vagine?
My dad and I were discussing this earlier. Would you agree or disagree that it is moral for a Christian government to use force, violence, in preservation of its people, public order, etc., like to stop a riot?
All of it. All of it. I think we need to use more force. All of it. And so, when it comes down to it, Jake's asking a really important question here. Because you could just write this out, right, in a simple form and say, do you agree that for a flourishing society to exist, it needs to have people? Of course. Okay. if secularism is superior in this regard to Christianity, what is the secular position? Is it a normative position? Does everyone agree with the position that you ought to have children? That it's an obligation to be a secularist to have children? It's not. So when Jake asks Peterson, what's your prescription? He's actually not really answering the question even now. He's saying there are a set of ideas. Well, no, the question is, if you propose those ideas, can another secularist say, no, I don't like those ideas, and that's that? Yes, that's the case. But Christians, the one Jake's appealing to, which is his own authoritarian Christian regimen here, he's going to say, no, it's an obligation. My system has an obligation built into it. That's better. I looked into it a couple times. Every time I get extremely wrathful, yeah. It brings me to 46. 4 more to reach the goal, y'all. Let's complete that goal.
About the way it is. First of all, we have to get the cost of living down, because that helps too. And
the cost of living, you say? Interesting. I don't know. Hey, Peterson, do you think that rushing women into the workforce and giving them the vote increased people's wages or decreased people's wages? Was that a secular movement?
I wish Christians would speak out more against greed, corruption, and promote austerity. I don't see enough of that in our politics, which is, there's so much Christianity in our politics. So I hope that a positive Christian movement starts to infiltrate and help us out with that.
Can I say, I agree with you that economics is an aspect of it. And I agree with you that a lot of times these sort of family policies where they give first home buyers grants and everything to families, they sort of can flatten the curve. And then in terms of economics, when you look at urbanization around the world, that's when birth rates tend to decline. But I think that the argument that you're making is that this is a cultural problem, that this can't be fixed by throwing money at it.
A little bit. So I'll try to make this point quick. What I kind of hope, and it is really just sort of hope for an issue like that, is we'll just get to a point in our society where the just sort of collective conscious of the society, which will penetrate everybody regardless of what you believe in. Yes, hey, you started us down this road. So we're going to penetrate everybody, first of all, and then...
And I'm the authoritarian.
And that, I'm just hoping the look on your face is priceless. And then I just hope that swings things. It's I'll give kind of a weird example, but you know how smoking used to be the most normalized thing in restaurants and airports or whatever?
Smoking man bad.
If you look at... It's bad for your health. Yeah. But if you look at a graph of lung cancer rates, it like in World War II, it was lower than any other type of cancer for the death rate. And then it shot up and was stronger than all of the other cancers almost combined. But it's plummeted by 50% since then. Because just as a society, we just said, look, we now know that this isn't good, it's not healthy. And there were educational campaigns for that. So a country can do that whether or not nobody in it's Christian or everybody in it is Christian. That's my hope.
So you're saying that you're hoping that the collective consciousness eventually turns around and everybody gets penetrated by collective consciousness.
I hope we appeal to that secular process of human reasoning.
So your prescription is that I hope in the future we have education campaigns. What would those education campaigns look like?
Education.
What would they be promoting?
They would be making babies, I guess.
So women not being in the workplace, for example.
So making babies, you mean a man and a woman as a union?
This be maybe don't have an abortion. What are we talking?
I haven't really thought about what it will look like, but
see, this is my problem with this. This is not a small problem, and I believe that the Christian authoritarian humanists have a serious plan for this moving forward. And we can.
What's the plan?
Well, we are going to do a mass propaganda campaign to get women out of the workforce and back into the kitchen, baby.
That I can agree that single motherhood isn't even a secularist could agree that single motherhood isn't as preferable to dual parenthood, child rearing, because the kid has two parents and so there's more people to take care of them, so there'll be help. But don't you know that, or don't you agree that it's Christians who stigmatize single mothers the most?
Yeah, we should. Why would you not? You just stigmatized it. Let me get this straight. Single motherhood is bad and you should avoid it at all costs to some extent, but don't you agree Christians are the big meanie heads who actually stigmatize it? Yeah.
And so if I were knowing I was going to be a single mother and the predominant culture around me is Christian and stigmatizes me for that and calls me a slut or whatever, then why would I want to have a child?
What? That doesn't follow. Why would you want to have a child? Well, no, you'd want a child and not be a single mom. That's what you would want. You would stigmatize the man too, by the way, Peterson. Everyone thinks this is just about women. This is like the brain rot of feminism. It's like you approach these problems that seemingly affect women, but you don't approach the no-fault divorce. You don't approach the fact that there are men also at cause for this situation. You want to stigmatize all of it, dude.
So you're saying that single motherhood should be venerated?
It doesn't. So just because it's not vilified doesn't mean that we're going around saying it's the preferable thing.
Look, if a single...
You just said it was preferable, bro.
Mother walked into a church tomorrow and said, guys, I'm in, just say into a Catholic or Orthodox church. I'm in desperate need. I've got my kids here. I'm struggling. Do you think that they would say, ugh, get out, bitch? Or do you think that they would welcome her in?
This is literally, there's a social experiment on this going
Oh, there's a social experiment. I love social experiments.
on right now. This woman has been calling all kinds of churches throughout the country and saying, I'm a single mom. I don't have any baby formula. Will you help me? And she's gotten about 10 yeses and 33 nos. And so unfortunately,
I mean, we don't really have baby formula on hand a lot of the time.
Unbelievable. Are you serious? That's your argument?
Not the ideal. But if a single mother walked into a church tomorrow, I would bet my bottom dollar that they would welcome.
like they give a lot to charity. I looked up some numbers.
Listen,
Chapter and verse.
When you
square this with Matthew 25, where he said, if you do the least of these, if you do not do the least of these, then you do
manifesto. But I'll get to it. Maybe I need to add another section in my manifesto. But
thank you, Octavio. Remove my tiny hat for this. Yeah, thank you for removing your tiny hat. Thank you so much, Myron Chuck. Appreciate that.
This is anti-Christian. Matthew 25. Sheep are those who feed the hungry, give drinks to the thirsty, welcome strangers, clothe the naked, care for the sick, and visited prisons.
Based?
Now, some of that based, but you just said I'm in favor.
You're saying, oh, don't stigmatize single motherhood. Do you think single motherhood's good or bad, or what do you think?
I think for the child, it's preferable to have two parents, and even like I'm a big fan of like extended multi-generational families. My grandparents helped raise me on my dad's side, so my parents didn't have to pay for daycare. And I had responsible adults around me, and they were great people, and that was a wonderful thing.
But this should be encouraged, right?
Yes, but saying we're not going to call single mothers, or we're not going to stigmatize single motherhood, is not the same thing as saying what we want is for the women to get knocked up and then not have men in their lives. We don't say
what you don't say. What you guys do is you just pussyfoot around the issue, and you will just say, oh, well, single motherhood, we shouldn't stigmatize it. Yeah, it's preferable to have two parents in the household, but we shouldn't stigmatize it. There should be no sort of cultural sort of push towards the nuclear family. Like, what's actually the argument there? Is it good? Is it bad? Like, what should we do about single motherhood? Just give them a bunch of state resources?
I think in the interim, that's a good idea. I mean, I'm in favor of...
What's after the interim?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, like the idea that things couldn't change in the future, and then perhaps we're not relying on some sort of system like that or whatever. I mean, all the jobs are going away in 2 years because of AI anyways, so...
They're not, dude. Oh, man. I think this one gets a huge laugh.
I don't know what's
That's speculative. That's speculative.
It's literally like already happening. Amazon's announced 140,000 layoffs over the next couple of years. Like, we're in for some pretty uncomfortable things.
Yeah, look,
and
here's
again,
the problem, and I think that you've demonstrated this time and time again throughout this debate. You're operating on a system of low time preference. So you're operating on a system of what's best right now. We don't want the single mothers to feel bad right now. We would rather them feel good and just hand them money in the interim, you say. And everything that you've pretty much said throughout the course of this debate is about like personal feelings in the here and now. What I'm talking about is high time preference. I'm talking about
are the least educated.
It's up north somewhere.
Why should we be more Christian if being more Christian comes with those things?
That was one of the most racist things I've ever heard. Now, if you're
so insecure about your own beliefs.
Let's take STDs, for example. How about in, what's that state called, the really white state? What's the whitest state?
Keep going. Pretty sure it's Wyoming.
No.
Idaho? Really?
No, there's lots of hot white girls there. I can't remember what it's called. I think it starts with a W or something, but it's up north somewhere. No. Montana. Thank you. It's not a W. It's an upside
down W. See, he's from Australia, so it was upside down.
Sometimes we see things upside down. No. I've heard you say this, Eric, and I looked into it. And if you look at the whitest states in the United States, they have the lowest rates of STDs. So I don't understand this racist dog whistle that is coming from you right now.
Yeah, literally, you're the one that said it.
You brought it up, my friend. I didn't bring it up. You're just talking here about rates of STD, obesity. This is a massive problem in the black community. A lot of these Bible Belt states that you're talking about. Hold on a second. That's an interrupt. Don't interrupt me. Alabama, Georgia, all these different places have some of the highest black populations, and they have big problems with obesity and STDs and the like. So, what do you want to do about those?
Which
people?
race is the most Christian in America?
I think per capita will probably be black people.
Yeah, the black people. So is your argument that Christianity is good, but black people are somehow immune to the goodness of Christianity?
I'll grant the argument as long as you grant that I'll grant the argument as long as you'll grant that black people are the problem here and we have to do something about it.
Fuck you.
Ooh. That's rough. That's a rough one right there.
Jesus Christ.
5 minutes until we go into...
That's the thing, is like, even if Jake granted, well, this is still per capita, right? Right. This is, by the way, it's irrelevant because they're not following Jake's Christian authoritarian secularism, right? So it's a straw man. But even if Jake granted it for the sake of argument, from a secular view, should we do something about it? Yes or no?
Q&A, 5 minutes.
Listen, I wasn't expecting a racist dog whistle, but we got one. To my black brothers and sisters out there, I would never sort of, come at you guys like
just
that.
did.
I would never come at you guys like that.
You literally just did.
You were the one pointing out the problems in their communities. You were the one who did that. STDs, abortions, and the likes. STDs, abortion,
vast
obesity.
Majority of them are Christian, so apparently their Christianity is causing this. If only they secularized.
Separated by racial groups and see what happens. If it's a problem.
Separate it by religious versus non-religious and see what happens.
Yeah, you get a lot of STDs.
The Christianity is what's causing it, therefore.
Yeah. But anyways, once again, if you looked at the STD rates in Christians alone and not just in states, similarly like you actually did before in your opening statement about the states, you would probably find it's different. You said in your opening statement that the birth...
It is, actually, if you look at the countries too, right? So you look at the countries, it's not even close.
Well, I mean, I've got the facts for this one.
Go ahead.
You said in your opening statement that the birth rates are all below replacement in the States, but then we find out that amongst religious communities they're a little bit higher.
They have been declining. We live in the middle of history, not the end of history.
Well, that's actually your idea, Francis Fukuyama, the end of history and democracy and that. That's
I don't
actually
even
your...
know who that is.
Yeah, well, maybe
It's not my guy.
Yeah, well, anyways, this is about democracy and liberal world order. It's the end of history. This is your people who say these sorts of things, that we live in the end of history. But anyways, can a woman take a shit in a jar and send it to a man to eat it in your worldview?
You can do what murder is illegal. You can murder somebody.
No. Is it legal?
I know.
So you would
you'd get arrested for terrorism because that would probably be classified like as a biological weapon.
If he orders it online. What about a fart in a jar?
A what?
A fart in a
jar.
Can they fart in a jar?
That's weird because I just bought fartinajar.com like yesterday. .net and .gov. Yeah.
Cover it up, send it for profit.
Expensive, that one.
I have no idea. I wouldn't support it. What if God told him to do it? Would it be wrong?
Well, you'd have to give me a proper hypothetical because that's not within God's nature.
So
to
there's
fart
this
in a
thing
jar.
called
God doesn't fart.
and it told him to do it. See, when you debated Craig on this, you refused to run away from it because you pretend to have an objective ethic, but your ethic is just if God says...
Why eat poop? There's plenty of food. I don't know, atheist. Maybe because we live in a degenerative society where people will literally drink bath water from OnlyFans chicks. Your argument is why drink the bath water? There's plenty of regular water. Because people are perverse.
So then it's fine. So if God told you to kill a baby, would it be wrong?
It's an impossible hypothetical.
Has God killed babies before?
No.
Grok at least says U.S.-based studies consistently show STD rates are lower among religious people than non-religious. Yeah.
So if you're just lying, then are we at Q&A time?
I was about to say, with that, we're going to pull out a little early.
But the fertility rates, if you do that...
And we'll slide into the Q&A.
Fly me in the club.
If secular humanism is good for society, what about selfishness?
It leads to selfishness.
Says who?
It seems to be the thing because it's the worship of self.
No, secular humanism is not the worship of self.
I would ask that a different way. I would say, under a secularist view, if a bunch of secularists only pursued their self-interest only, they just said, well, no, I'm just going to live my life and what I want, day to day, moment to moment, without any concern about the greater population I'm a part of, the greater national identity that I'm a part of. I'm just going to pursue all my wants and desires only. Peterson couldn't say they're being a bad secularist.
So I reject the premise of...
Whereas under Jake's authoritarian secular Christian regime, you would be doing a disservice. You'd be violating the regimen of his Christian ethical system by not helping, by not being of service, by not tithing, by not this, by not that, right?
Of your question based off of that. But I mean, like, literally, we were talking about, I hate to go back to welfare earlier, but taxes. Don't take my taxes and give it to the blacks or whatever it was. That's a very Christian thing. It's liberal, agnostic, Jewish people in our government that are fighting to make that system more
cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Robust, and largely Christians that are against it for whatever reason. And Jesus said it's harder for a rich man to enter heaven than a camel to walk through the eye of a needle.
Oh, geez. Oh, unbelievable.
So we should be trying to save Jeff Bezos by taking all of his money.
All right, thank you very much. Next question. And please be advised, we do have quite the line here, so make your questions very pithy. And
this poor guy.
Try not to do any follow-ups and answer as best as you can. Next question.
1 minute. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So I have a question for Jake. About this trap that you can't get out of, the secular trap of preference or whatever. So how can you actually truly escape it, though?
I'm not telling you. How can a secularist escape it?
Wait, say it again?
How can a secularist escape that trap?
Don't answer the question with a question.
I'm getting clarification on the question. It's between the two of us as well.
Well, I'm just asking you, like...
So are you saying how can a secularist get out of the trap? Or how can a Christian get out of the trap?
How can both?
Well, a secularist can't get out of the trap. They're screwed. But it would go into a more of a theological debate, but a Christian can ground their morality in God.
Well, what's the difference between what God's morality is and what Christianity's perception of God's morality?
Because God would exist absent the human mind. It would be an objective source.
God's nature would be the moral good. His prescriptives would be consistent and proper with his nature, but his nature existed before creation. So that's how a Christian could ground morality, and they would have to eventually appeal to a revelatory system, and not just any. You'd have to actually whittle it down and ultimately defend orthodoxy. But like Jake said, that's a longer debate. But the question isn't whether or not Christians could simply follow their own preferences, but to say preferences are moral, you're already making a category error. There's no reason for a secularist to use the word moral at all.
Okay. All right, thank you for the question. Next.
This is for Peterson. Jake said during the debate, if a single mother walked into a Catholic or an Orthodox church, they would help her. You cited a social experiment about a woman calling and asking for formula to multiple churches. Well, I'm sure you read the numbers. All Protestant churches said no. Mega churches hung up on her multiple times. The only Christians that said they were help were Catholic. She said she called all three. All three of them said yeah. So why are you, even knowing this experiment, using Protestant denials to attack Catholics and Orthodox?
So I didn't know off the top of my head what the numbers were by denomination. If the Catholics are doing that, that's awesome. I wasn't trying to attack anybody. You know that the mosque.
Well, under Jake Rattlesnake's authoritarian secular Christian regime, anyone who denied helping a pregnant woman for food would actually be put in jail and maybe their pinky removed. So you're still not addressing Jake's position.
Said they would do it?
Yeah, so
okay.
It was three Catholic churches said yeah,
Yep,
2 mosques and 1 Church of Satan. So again, why
Church of Satan.
So his point was the Orthodox
100% from
the Orthodox. So what would you say to him now that you know that information?
And again, as you're standing in line, try to make sure you get your question.
First statement. And then I have a question. And my question is that a lot of times, like for this whole debate, you quoted a lot of John Locke. And John Locke was a Christian. And he himself said in his second treaty that we are all equal and independent because we are all made of the workmanship of one maker. And so I wondered why you're using him so much, even if he was a Christian and did believe in God.
Yeah, that was his personal belief. But the reason I pointed to him is there's different ways we can be like a Christian society. I tried to ask Jake, but he wouldn't answer. Is it just bottom up? Like we have a totally secular government, but everybody's Christian in it, and that makes a healthier society? Or should it be like our governing force top down is Christian? Locke was vehemently against that idea. So that's why.
Well, no, Locke actually would have definitely stepped in on certain degenerative issues behaviorally. He would have violated some rights, though, so that's not true.
I went to him because I think it's pretty powerful for my side to be like, look, even the most influential...
It's the worst. Anyway, I think I've had enough. It's a decent chunk in there. What else is going on, you guys? Any questions? Been looking around town. Did you guys see how realistic 2K26 looks? It's insane. Goodness. NBA 2K20. It's getting so realistic. Like you could show your wife one of these video games, and then she'd be like, "I don't like watching basketball." 20 big buckaroos from Chaw. Thank you so much, Chaw. In the comments of your debate with Peterson, one of the MDD secularists attempted to deny objectivism by saying that if logic is sourced from God and God has a mind, then it's not objective. What are the categories so impossible for them? This is an insane position, by the way. I don't know where it turned into this, but they said, if anything's mind-dependent, then it's not objective. But then you go, logic and truth is mind-dependent, right? And then they'd be like, yeah. And then you're saying, so it's not objective? Well, then saying that anything mind-dependent is by definition subjective. The statement itself can't be objectively true. This is where atheism brain rot leads you. It's brain rot. It's spiritual rot and it's brain rot. It's so bad. That's why this category is such a problem for them, Chaw, because, I hope I demonstrated, even without a good sleep and partial hangover during my debate with him, that the attack point is how they categorize the immateriality of existence. And they just don't have a category for it. They just don't. They don't take a Platonist approach. They don't take a Christian approach. They don't take a divine conceptual approach. They just go, no, there's concepts. There's concepts somewhere. Really. Tucker on Sean Ryan. Sean Ryan. Tucky? It's Sean Ryan. I'm gonna get Tucky on my show one day. Tucky. Sean Ryan. Biden's cancer. Looks a little too politically rich for me. Like, I don't care about Joe Biden. I don't care against Bongino. I don't care about Epstein anymore. Oh, there is a section on CIA. Oh, that's actually interesting. CIA is anti-gravity technology. That's funny. Most replayed. Hold on. Neuralink. Let me see. That's actually interesting. Sean's career in the CIA. That's funny. You're talking about CIA in pop culture, in podcasting, and he's literally one. He is in the CIA. He's kind of just being like, no, we have it. And then even Tucky has, a background at least adjacent to CIA.
And you want to be awake enough to see signs from God. And
What an amazing voice. He's got such a good radio voice. There's only one other guy who I know has an equally palpable radio voice, and he's a mean man who smokes a lot. I gave up smoking a long time ago.
admire all of that. But now you are supposedly part of the conspiracy.
Yeah.
Because you were...
Debate boxing? Well, I am totally partial to fighting. I think they should definitely combine them.
CIA contractor.
Mm-hmm.
So Like, what does that mean to be a CIA contractor? How did you get that gig? What did it entail? Are you still in touch with headquarters trying to subvert democracy?
I wasn't involved in any of those operations. No, I mean, look, I mean, I left the SEAL teams to start business and failed miserably.
What kind of business?
I wanted to do, it's funny, I actually read Donald Trump's book in Guantanamo Bay when we were doing some stuff in Haiti back in 2004. And
doing some stuff in Haiti is like the strangest sentence that only someone who's seen some shit would say. You know what I mean? Like, none of us could say that at, like, coffee. You know, none of us could say that at coffee hour after liturgy. Oh, I was just doing some shit in Haiti. You know what I mean? I was just trying to start a business after the shit in Haiti I was doing. What? Excuse me?
it was his book, How to Get Rich.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happened in Haiti. I'm not going to force you to talk about it. I really want to know what it is, though. It's like...
You read Donald Trump's book in Guantanamo Bay?
Yeah, in 2004. And I think, no, it was whatever, somewhere around there. And
they sent the SEALs to Haiti on a humanitarian mission? Sure they did.
I read that book, and I was...
Let me guess. They rescued Haitian children, put them in a container in the ocean, and then offloaded them in, what? The Caribbean islands?
On like a mini...
Or like, Florida?
Deployment. We were in Panama doing some stuff with the Panamanian special ops guys. Then the Haiti thing popped off back when we yanked Aristide out of there. And then we were going on the real deployment. And so before I even really deployed in the SEAL teams, I decided this isn't all it's cracked up to be, at least for me. And so I'm just going to do my time here.
What was disappointing about it?
There wasn't enough combat.
Really?
So there's bloodthirst. I can totally understand that. It's amazing. So you actually wanted to kill people. That was what's boring. It's like fascinated by that.
You wind up on a SEAL team in the middle of 2 wars and there wasn't enough combat for you?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I wanted to see people die. I like to watch when they die. Not enough death and destruction. I really miss watching someone who's in my sights bleeding out. Oh, those were the days. You know what? I should have a podcast. I should have a popular podcast in America.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see near as much as a lot of guys. I saw a decent amount, but
it's not something I would miss.
But, I went in to, do that job and...
Imagine Tucky was like a vampire. It'd be really funny if he was a vampire.
Wanted to do it all the time, and I was not doing it all the time. And,
this is obviously a big problem with any high-octane kind of situation. People miss it because they have such an adrenaline rush from it. So fighting, warfare... flying down the side of a mountain with your friend, pretending it's not gay to chase your friend in a squirrel suit. You have to hike right back up and do it again because, you can't match that. There's no birthday party for your 6-year-old that's going to match the intensity of the adrenaline rush of jumping off a cliff in a squirrel suit and chasing your buddy down the mountain. Or blowing someone's head off with a freaking, whatever kind of crazy high-end SEAL sniper rifle you have. Even people who play football and stuff, like basically pro sports, there's a massive little down depression when they finally are outside of the game. The war is over. And what do? You sit around, dream into the day where you could injure somebody.
And so I left.
I mean, it sounds perfectly fine.
But
have you ever thought about maybe entering into a virtual reality world where you can just kill people all day? Maybe order a sandwich. It's totally possible for you. It's amazing.
You have quite a metabolism.
But
you wind up on the SEAL teams and you're like kind of bored.
Yeah. But it just wasn't what I thought it was going to be. And then I had an opportunity to screen.
Part of me missed the rush, normal. Yeah, how could it not be, Christian Blue? How could it not be, in contrast? It can't not be. It's not something like you could ever relive, even if you tried to, like, conjure it up. Like, you can't go to paintball, right? Like some sort of person who's in active duty going to paintball to sort of relive or try to get that little fix, right? It's almost like you need some sort of, like, MK Ultra unlearning or something. I don't even know what you would do. Some sort of, like, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I couldn't imagine if you're in actual warfare, the memories you have of warfare that are so visceral, often triggered by any local phenomenon like a bank snap. If that's embedded, I don't know how you undo that. Like even monk level ascetic practice, I don't think makes it go away.
Not saying I would have made it. Not saying I wouldn't have, but everybody. I don't mean I had everybody gets the opportunity to scream for Team 6 if they want it, and I was like, well, that's the next level, but it's another 5-year commitment if I do it, and what if it's the same shit that I have here with just.
I don't actually was he like a fighter too? Like, I don't understand what the draw is. It's just like, are people drawn to interesting things? I look at like Candy Owens, by the way, and it's like, you guys know in the last like 20, well, it's longer than this, but about 20 years, where documentaries, books, fiction, nonfiction, about the topic of like murder, like serial killers and terrible, Ted Bundy and the rest, right? And there's been this pretty clear, undeniable fetish that some women have with murder mystery stuff, where someone got it and they got to figure it out. I think Candy Owens, whether she meant it or not, being that she was kind of getting knocked out of mainstream, at least the sort of authorized mainstream conservative spaces, going a little wacky, asking the wrong questions.
You don't get to ask those questions.
I think she effectively inserted herself in one of the most popular genres for women that ever existed, which is murder mystery. And you look at her live stream and you look at the people sharing stuff, and it's like, women are hooked. They're basically doing like Making the Murder, right? All of those documentaries through Candy Owens. What's she going to do now? What's she going to say now? What happened now? Any new information now? Who killed Charlie Kirk? What's going on? Oh my gosh, I got to tune in right now. It's that same phenomena. It's very bizarre. Murder Mystery, the Roblox game. Yeah, it's very bizarre. You don't get to ask those questions. What else was there? There was something else I wanted to review that was just horrifying. It's mostly horrifying stuff. I'm going to start including like palate cleansers, like wholesome clips. Just like a palate cleanser, like, oh, are you guys ready? I have so much drawing to do. I really should just stop streaming right now. You guys have no idea. I just drew Vagine. She's holding up a big pile of poop. It's so funny. She's like this, like presenting it. I put in all of my hidden things. I hid $5,000, $7,000 payments in my print. I got that in there. I got 5 Bitcoins to find. I've got 5 so far gray aliens for you guys to find. Anything else you guys think is a good idea to find? Because I'm going to make it like one of those like really busy find it situation. It's going to be more beautiful looking than the last one. The last one was like crazy, but like really sort of disjointed. It wasn't like, you know, properly balanced, I should say. This one's going to be balanced, so. What else could I hide, though? I like the Easter egg finding things. $7,000 payment is really funny. It's a little stack of money with the binding around it that says 7K. I got James Lindsay in there. This is funny. I got a whole section of the Wailing Wall. Basically, all of conservatism is going to be over there. Got a whole list of people. EBT, that would be funny, accepted. I was thinking of throwing you in there, too. Even though you're a cheap fuck. You know, you're a part of Jortlandian culture, though. You should review Wes. Oh, Wes Huff! He just said something about Orthodox Catholics. That's what it was. That's exactly what it was, dude. Thank you for reminding me. He said, we really got to get people away. Wait, what's his name? What's his name again? Wes Huff. Orthodox. I mean, this guy. Speaking of CIA, probably. This guy. Not a good guy, Wes Huff. 5 counterpoints? What's a counterpoint? Smalls, can you make Vagine riding a holy cow? No, there's going to be a holy cow. She's actually on an elephant, though. So she's on the demonic elephant. But I will put in the holy cow. Thank you for saying that. Let me add that to my list here. You guys, this is a great time to suggest things. If you could suggest them in $2 to $5. See, that's how I'm grifting. $2 to $5 super chats. Because if you can't buy your way in, if you can't afford $50 to get the avatar, you can certainly maybe include some objects, you know, funny objects. Because I'm gonna miss some. You guys are gonna come up with stuff that I can't think of. So now's your chance to do that. Holy cow, I got that. Other little objects, you know, like maybe a guardian quantralescent. That's a good one. Welcome, Jortlandia Work Visa. Skip my $2 super chat. All right. Half Black Justin. Find 5 Barbasol cans. I do have 1 Whoopie can. That's good. Barbasol cans. Good one. Thanks, Justin. That's a good one. Good. Nice. Nice. Can you make a Vagine right? Oh, I got that one already. Huck Finn, neutral Jim on the raft. Huck Finn. That's not an object. I'm talking about little things. I have Crocs already. There's already Crocs. At least 3 sets immediately.
Calling out all Roman Catholics and Eastern Orthodox
This guy's a Catholic right here, this guy.
Christians to leave their churches. Here is a clip of him doing so at a live Q&A session with thousands of people in Brisbane, Australia.
And there's a danger there. But I think there can be genuine believers in those communities.
Foreveroni bucket, absolutely. Forever. Foreveroni bucket. Yep. Craig losing a fight with... I will put Craig in there. Craig earned it.
Because they're still reading this. But they will most likely have to come to terms with, at a certain point, they will have to leave those institutions.
Why? What are you talking about? To what? To go to what, dude? Bat milk in it? That was last year.
And here's another clip of him doubling down on why the Catholic...
Got here late. What are the objects for? My print. I'm making my print. A lot of drawings. I got to put like 25 people in. A bunch of other famous people are going to be in there, but I'm hiding little objects for you guys. When you purchase the print, you'll be able to find all the objects. Digger cup. Ooh, that's a good one. The digger cup. I'll only do one of those, the digger cup. And I will properly write it down.
Church and Orthodox.
The rat that Tony killed. Nice. Good one.
Church are both inadequate.
And so I pray and long for.
I long for to wear someone's skin.
My brothers and sisters within the Roman Catholic, the Greek Orthodox, or the Eastern Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox communities, because I think that a lot of them have a genuine longing for that which is true and for the gospel. But
the gospel. Where do you come from, bro? Where do you get that from? The gospel. Officer Talmud. Yeah, he's got to be on the thing. Yep. Tatum at the wall. That's right.
if they're trying to earn that, they're
spray tan,
whether they know it or not,
tanning salon,
negating what the true message of the gospel is.
Gospel.
This is not a mere...
Dude, this is historical delusion. This is pure prelest. Wes Huff got prelested as a child. Secular instruments calculator.
Isolated event, in my opinion. Protestants.
Thank you for that, Dean.
Is starting to pick
a secular instruments calculator. It's too small to write that, though. I'll give you one more because you threw in 10. Dean, just write another comment, not a chat. That's too small to like indicate what it is.
Pick up the pace.
Rabbi Shmuley, I already have him down.
With the rhetoric.
Thank you, Cole.
Trying to get apostolic Christians, Catholic and Orthodox, not only to leave their...
Hey, Wes, good to have you here.
Hi,
my
Dave.
question is this. The Catholic and Orthodox churches teach a gospel of faith and works. Would they have a false gospel? And if someone is trusting in two things...
Ooh, Laura Loomer. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Almost forgot. Ooh, that was a close one.
Is Jesus plus...
Oh, Cliff Netchell. Thank you. Ooh, here we go. I would have been pissed. Cliff Netchell. I'm making so much work for myself right now.
Like baptism or obeying God's commandments or saying sorry for your sins. If they're trusting in Jesus plus, would they be saved?
Magic Mormon underwear. That is definitely going in. Thank you for that. Thank you. That's a really good one.
Yes, good question.
Just Orthodox.
Here's what
I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Say, I genuinely think that there are born-again believers within the Roman Catholic Church and the Greek Orthodox Church. But it is not because of, but in spite of what those churches are often teaching. And as a convictional Protestant, not a convenient Protestant, I am not attending a Baptist church out of convenience because it happens to be the closest to my house. I convictionally believe that the process of the Protestant Reformation was a God-ordained thing that operated to retrieve the true gospel. And that the testimony of Scripture is that you are saved not on the basis of anything you have done, but by what Jesus did. And by trusting in what you have done.
Contradiction.
What you're saying is really, I can do better. I can accomplish something. And Jesus didn't really have to die. If Jesus is merely a moral example for you to follow and do...
This is such heretical bullshit. First of all, it's a contradiction. So what he's doing right now is a work. So if he says, well, what I'm doing right now is I'm not saying it's earning me anything. So why are you doing it then? Why is it good that you're on a stage talking about this if it's not a thing you're doing as a work? If truly it's faith alone, everyone who you're talking to shouldn't necessarily listen to you because you're doing a work. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do anything. You can just do what you're doing, Wes. There's no convincing needed. And by the way, the gospel, he doesn't have access to the gospel. You can't say something was reformed or corrected because that requires you appealing to the institutions you're telling people to leave. Total. This is probably why this guy doesn't debate.
Do things. Then you don't need a savior.
Why join a church? Why read the Bible? Why do anything? Why give? Why tithe? Why pray? Why participate in the Eucharist? Why do anything, bro?
Because you can save yourself. You can do good things. And we need to be really careful of that message.
That message. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So what's less dangerous than that message? Not doing anything. There are no works you can do. There's nothing to do. You don't have to do anything. Yum, yum, yum.
The gospel is not earned, it's received. And so because it is not earned,
Cross-examination says it's not a work of salvation, it's a work of conviction. Yeah, I already told you, even if it's a work of conviction, it's useless. It doesn't mean anything. There's no purpose to do it or not do it. There's no purpose to attend and listen. There's no purpose to take his work of conviction as anything meaningful because it's irrelevant, right? Do you understand cross-examinations? It's useless, right? Tell me, is his work on stage useless? Irrelevant to salvation? Yes, you have to say yes.
I do not think that there will be anyone in heaven who believes that they merited what they're getting in terms of entering into the presence of God in eternity. And there's a danger there. But I think there can be genuine believers in...
I'm arguing a straw man? No, I'm not. I'm literally saying the view, which is faith alone. If faith alone is true, there is no purpose of his conviction story. That's not a straw man. That's a steel man. Okay? It's a steel man. I'll ask you a question. Watch how you can't answer my question. If faith alone, like Wes Hoff is saying, is true, then there is no obligation to teach faith alone, correctly? Correct? Do you need it here? Do you need it in crayon?
If faith alone is true, there is no obligation to teach faith alone. Dr. Jones.
Cash Patel. Thank you. Very good. Very good. See, I would have missed all of these, you guys. Really, thank you so much. I really appreciate
it. Those communities, because they're still reading this.
You're all slow and green. Spreading the gospel isn't useless. I didn't ask what you thought was useless. Is spreading the gospel a work or not? Yes or no, dude? I'm so tired of it, man. I want to go back to the time where we were more aggressive with heretics. You know what I mean? We are so soft on heresy and nonsense. Just answer my question, dude. You just said spreading the gospel isn't useless. Useless, what is it useful for if spreading the gospel is a work? It's not useful for anything, right?
I'll say it again. If faith alone is the truth, then spreading the faith would be a work.
Yes? There is no obligation. Listen, the cross-examination says, there is no obligation to spread the gospel. There goes the... Watch this. Were the apostles obligated to spread Christ's story? Was the apostolic college, the Great Commission, was that an obligation for them to spread the news of Christ? Yes or no? Listen to how crazy, the view is. There is no obligation to spread the gospel. So the apostles actually had no obligation. They didn't actually have to spread the gospels when Christ established the college, and the 12, and then the 70 that followed, and then the disciples, and then the bishops, and then the priests. It's a joke. Your crap theology is a joke. Maybe include Ortho-Thugs logo. Yes, thank you. Ortho-Thugs logo. Thank you. I could see. Fine. I'll put two of them. Two Ortho-Thugs logos.
But they will most likely have to come to terms with...
It's useful to bring other people to Christ. It's an act of love. Yeah, but we're not obligated to act in love, right? We can just not do anything, right? What is the usefulness of bringing people to Christ if you're not obligated? There's no deontology under faith alone. Do you understand, dude? You're not contending with the defeater right now. You're like, yeah, but you don't have to bring people to Christ. It's just an act of love. Can I not do act of love? Can I be a father and not teach my kids Christianity? How about that? Am I still a Christian if I don't teach my kids Christianity cross-examinations? Yes or no? Not for the salvation, bloody hell. Yeah, you're not contending with what I'm saying, cross-examinations. You're not contending with what I'm saying. It's a defeater, dude. You can't answer the question because you'll know it's a defeater. So you're now Spurgeon with cognitive dissonance instead of just dealing with it. Can you imagine believing in Christianity and not having an obligation to teach your children and hold them to that standard? To be the priest of the home? Can you imagine being an apostle and Christ declaring his church and saying, go out. This is the Great Commission. And the apostles, according to cross-examinations, could have just as well been maintained their Christian distinction and said, no, Christ, I know you're really excited about the gospel. The gospel. I know you're really excited about the gospel. And I know you said here you establish your church with us. And I know that the commission is for us to go out and teach. But we don't have to, right? It's like, I'm still a Christian if I don't follow your lead, right? And cross-examinations has to say yes. And he won't say yes. He's going to keep avoiding. He's going to keep introducing new things into the conversation instead of dealing with this key problem. Ignore the chat, bro. We want to hear your review of the content. Well, I mean, this is the content. The chat is also the content.
At a certain point, they will have to leave those institutions. I truly believe that. Because if you're trusting in your works, you're not submitting fully to what the gospel is. It's received, it's not achieved. And that's important. It's important for what grace truly means. That you are saved by faith through grace and not of works.
I'm twisting your words. I haven't twisted any of your words. Answer the question. Were the apostles obligated to teach Christ's message? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question, snake.
So that no one can boast. It's all Jesus, all the time. And so I am not saved by my works, but I am saved for my works. And so those works are not negated. They're not important. They are that thing which testifies to the salvation, the free gift that is given me. And it's very, very important. And so I pray and long for my brothers and sisters within the Roman Catholic, the Greek Orthodox, or the Eastern Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox communities, because I think that a lot of them have a genuine longing for that which is true and for the gospel.
Submitting, exactly, Fredo. Submitting, is that a work? Is that an act of your will?
But if they're trying to earn that, they're, whether they know it or not, negating what
it's received, not achieved.
The true message of the gospel is.
These places should be they should be condemned, and their doors ought be closed.
Wow. Well, a lot was said there in just those 3 minutes.
We'll see what the Catholic says about it.
But really, there's one thing that...
Cross-examination says obligated by duty. Okay, so you are obligated now. So wait, the apostles had an obligation, a duty, an obligation, which is a work. A duty is an action in the world. They're obligated, right? But not for their personal salvation. So then they could have just said no to Christ, right? You're not answering the question! Do I need to write it in crayon? This is a yes or no question. If the apostles said no to Christ in what they were told to go out and do in the Great Commission, could they deny Christ and still be Christian?
It really stuck out to me. And that's, if you defend your
fucking snakes, man, every time.
Position, your Protestant, Catholic, Orthodox position, that's one thing. And an apologetic.
Not for salvation. So again, you're saying they could have just said no to Christ's Great Commission, and we would have still had Christianity, and it would have just been faith in what?
Sense.
You don't have Christianity, you don't have the church that Christ started without the duties and obligations. You don't have it without the Episcopal and Eucharistic tradition. You don't have it. You have nothing. You don't even have the active, shared life of Christ. So it's true. Listen to this guy. This is where Protestantism and sola scriptura and all of the rest leads you to insane conclusions that if we're true, if cross-examinations, if Christians lived closest to Christ and after, if they lived according to this guy's theology in the chat, this guy's theology, this guy would never know the theology that he's mangling. That's what's so frustrating about all these people, Mormons and the rest. That they wouldn't even have a Christianity to mangle absent of a faith that was both faith and works, that was Eucharistic, that was sacramental, that was holy in its tradition. He wouldn't even have the thing to mangle it. That's how much pride is required to take this guy's view. If they are Christian, how do you know someone's Christian? Cross-examinations, watch this. Cross-examinations in the chat, their theology is no different in their epistemology as the trans person. It's self-declared and that's it. So let me watch this. Cross-examinations. You say if they are Christian. How do you know someone's Christian? How do you know someone's Christian? Jonah refused to do what God told him. Was he still a prophet of God? We're not talking about what constitutes someone as a prophet. The distinction of who is a prophet, we're not talking about. We're talking about a Christian. Way to insert a red herring. Now, if your theology requires that you can't engage honestly, what does that say about your theology? Did Jonah eventually follow the will of God? Yes or no? Just try to explain tag to a friend 3 hours. I don't know how people's brain just turns off. Well, Brady, thank you for the tenor. It is a little bit conceptual and abstract. You got to give them a little time because it really is I don't know. It's like once we see it and it clicks, we're like, how did I not see it? But we have to extend the how did I not see it to people who don't see it now. Does that make sense? It's just annoying. How do you know someone's a Christian today? Now, Wes Huff couldn't answer this, and neither can the guy in the chat.
That's right. It's another thing to tell those other Christians to leave their institutions, right? Now,
know them by their fruits? You mean their works? This is amazing, this guy. Cross-examination. Are you a troll? I ask you, you say premise one, right? It's not people's actions that make them a Christian. It's their faith in Christ alone, faith alone, right? I ask you, how do you determine someone's a Christian? And you say their fruits. Amazing. Amazing. I mean, this is a spiritual problem. This is not an intellectual problem. To us, it's obvious. Massive, blatant contradiction. Cross-examinations doesn't care if there's a contradiction because he's spiritually blind. He can't spiritually see. Contradictions are fine if you're spiritually deluded. James 2:17, faith by itself, if it does not have works, is dead. Sounds like a duty to me. Christopher Scott. Blah, blah, blah. No, Christopher Scott. Blah, 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 blah.
Now, as a Catholic, I want everyone to be Catholic. But I would never in a million years say to any other non-Catholic, you need to leave your institution or religion immediately because that violates their conscience.
No, I disagree with him. No, that would be like saying Christ telling the prostitute to repent and stop what they're doing would violate their consciousness. That's a silly position, Catholic Christian. That's literally the name of his channel. No. Imagine telling your son, don't do that. It's not Christian. Don't do that. It's a violation of your body and against God. And being like, well, I can't do that because it violates their conscience. No, it doesn't. It literally appeals to their conscience. You're literally buttressing their conscience. You're saying, use your conscience. This isn't right. You're giving them the opportunity to choose. You're pointing out. You're guiding. You're helping. This guy's weak. One shot, $10. Thank you so much. Doesn't this thinking negate the point of martyrs? Yes. They could just simply pretend to deny Christ and spare themselves. Maybe I'm retarded. It is retarded. No, you're right. The entailment of the view is insane. I've already demonstrated the contradiction. But if someone doesn't accept the contradiction that their view has, it's a spiritual issue. There's nothing more we could say using pure reasoning to the guy in the chat. He's going to ask me questions probably. How do you determine someone's faith? By their works. Oh my gosh. If you think it's a contradiction, no. I thought you said their works aren't necessary. How do you determine someone's a Christian? You say by their works. Okay? But under your view, it's faith alone. So there could be a Christian, under your view, that just has faith and does no works, right? How do you know they have faith, right? You're in between, dude. You can't make up your mind.
And it's through coercion, manipulation, and
what makes someone a Christian? Oh, it's faith alone. How do you know that they're a Christian? By works.
Proselytism. So that's not a true conversion through true evangelism. That's just basically saying, I'm right, you're wrong, join me, leave your institution. And he dressed it up with all this nice rhetoric. So we're going to go back and we're going to react to what he said here.
Faith alone can save? No, the question isn't whether or not Christ can save. We're not making these soteriological claims. We're saying that are you going to bet because of one exception of the thief on the cross, you're going to bet your entire Christian faith in this life by an exception? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to appeal to the exception to the rule? The question isn't whether or not Christ can choose to save. That's not what's in question.
Hey Wes, good to have you here. My question is this. The Catholic and Orthodox churches teach a gospel of...
How do you know you turned on the light switch? The light comes on. It's pretty simple. It's just amazing, guys. Isn't it just amazing?
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded? Shame. What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded? Shame. What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Of faith and works.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded? Shame. What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded? Shame. What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Everything's your that exception is a rule. No. The exception, to say the word exception, if you admit the thief is an exception, then you're assuming there's a rule. Duh. You can't say exception to the rule without necessitating that the rule exists. The exception isn't the rule, dude. You're a nonsense machine. Anything but the church with these people. Anything than submitting to a church.
Okay, so not a good start. I'm not going to get into the pedantics of what he's asking when he's claiming the Catholics and the Orthodox churches teach a gospel of faith and works. You're going to really need to qualify that, because that's an oversimplification of what we mean by the gospel and believing.
The thief is the rule. Christ is the rule maker. What's the rule, Henry? You're full of shit.
And living the gospel.
What are you even saying? You're not saying anything. You're saying platitudes.
Would they have a false gospel? And if someone is trusting in two things, Jesus plus, say like baptism or obeying God's commandments or saying sorry for your sins, if they're trusting in Jesus...
The fact that anyone's trying to even teach about the thief on the cross is also a contradiction. Is that a work to teach that? Ought we abide by your teaching? It's just insane.
Jesus plus, would they be saved?
Yes, good question. Here's what I would say. I genuinely think that there are...
It's a bumper sticker factory, yeah.
born again believers within.
That's not a good example. The thief on the cross did a work by repenting and submitting to Christ. Yeah. They would say in that case, faith was the work, right? Well, that's also a contradiction from their view. Cross-examinations. What must I do to be saved? Believe in Christ and you will be saved. You left a bunch of other things out. By the way, ought the people, the Bible, the biblical church, compile and maintain the Bible? Is that a work? Cross-examination? So dipshits like you, no offense, can 2,000 years later read it privately? Ought the church preserve and compile the canon so that you could read it and pervert it 2,000 years later? It's just insane. Oh, no. What must I do to be saved? Believe in Christ. Well, how do you know about Christ? Oh, the Bible? Oh, so did the church have a obligation to preserve the Bible and its teachings against heresies, or no? So that you could read it? It's just the level of pride is just like amazing. It's like mind-blowing. It's as bad as the atheist pride. It's as bad.
In the Roman Catholic Church and the Greek Orthodox Church.
Yes, there are born-again believers in the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox churches. Absolutely.
That was the answer Paul gave? What do you mean? How do you know the answer Paul gave? You're still not dealing with this, dude. How do you know what this is the Mormon problem? How do you know what the answer Paul gave? Cross-examinations. How do you know what Paul said? How do you know? It is worse because the atheists at least just they're not using the name of God to deny. That's why it's worse. These people are using Christ's church, the historical church, the Episcopal Holy Apostolic Church, that has all of the history behind it. They appeal to that and say the name Christ, and they say the name God, and they say the Bible, and they say these things. They appeal to something outside of themselves, and then they say it's Scripture alone. Well, it's not.
Absolutely. But it's through water baptism. A valid water baptism.
Change the subject? No, the subject that you're saying is Paul. Epistemology is something you're appealing to. It's not a change of the subject cross-examination. If you say the answer is what Paul gave, okay, well, you need to have access to what Paul said, right? By the way, here, watch this one, cross-examinations. Is it possible to misinterpret what Paul said? Watch this. You're ignoring what the Bible says? No, I'm questioning what the Bible says. You're ignoring what the Bible says by changing the subject to how we got the Bible? Yeah, they're related. That's not a change of the subject, dude. If what the Bible says is in question, then the question of how we got the Bible is relevant to the question of what the Bible says, isn't it? Now, you wish that they weren't connected, but nobody here is buying it. What the Bible says, is it according to, I don't know, the Arians? Are you talking about what the Bible says according to the Arians? Or are you talking about what the Bible says according to Marcion? I'm trying to figure out when you say what the Bible says. I'm just trying to figure out according to who, like the Gnostics, because the Bible says something to the Gnostics too, right? Are you talking about what the Bible says to them too? I hope you are. I hope you're all being inclusive with what the Bible says. Paul wrote what he did. I'm not asking for your historical accounts because you don't even know what that's true without appealing to some normative authority of Christian history. So tell me cross-examinations. I'll ask you again. How do you know what Paul wrote and what Paul said? You said read the Bible, right? Okay. Yeah, read the Bible. A lot of people read the Bible. Now, can't the Bible be misread or no? Faith comes through hearing, right? How will they hear without a preacher? So it's not even, faith comes from hearing, right? It always, it actually necessitates something before it. That's why we are fathers, right? That's why the hierarchical patriarchal structure is reflected in the church. Because it's passed down through generations, which requires tradition. Hold steadfast. Hey, cross-examinations. Sound familiar? Hold steadfast to the traditions, both spoken and written. Tell me, cross-examinations, what's the tradition you're referring to in that scripture? What the Bible says, according to the Greek, translated, no, we're not talking about translations. We're talking about hermeneutics. Manuscript evidence? No. Manuscripts don't interpret themselves. Nice try, buddy.
That regenerates us.
That's unbelievable, man. The level of pride to say, the church, I reject the church. I reject the 2,000 years of apostolic teachings and preservation of the faith. I reject it. And why? Because I am the new pope of the church. Cross-examinations. I am the one with the source.
A state of sanctifying grace. Absolutely. Yes.
Absolutely.
But it is not because of, but in spite of what those churches are often teaching.
Well, that's interesting because he's taking the approach that we usually take, right?
Column Rock. Sorry, I missed Column Rock because of this guy. Column Rock? You have to write it again, buddy. Sorry. Apologize. It's gone. It's lost in the wind.
Right? With non-Catholic.
That was written a long time before the traditions of the Orthodox Church came out. Really? That's begging the question. When did liturgy start, my friend? Tell me when liturgy started.
Like
it's unbelievable. These people think that traditions of orthodoxy started in the councils or something. Let me look, cross-examination. Let's talk about this for a second. Can you tell me what purpose the canon was compiled for? Can you tell me the purpose of it? Why was it compiled?
We usually call that invincible.
Are you aware that we have writings of 1st, 2nd century Christians? Or they're just making up stories?
Ignorance. In other words, through no fault of their own, non-Catholic Christians may be saved, but not because...
None of the apostles or church fathers followed modern Orthodox traditions, but they followed your non-existent traditions. What did they do? They followed Bible alone. They read the Bible alone without any church. Really? Saint Ignatius would disagree with you. What's a modern Orthodox tradition, and what is your tradition other than reading the Bible alone? Nothing, dude. You got nothing. That's why you don't want to engage with the historical accounts. You just deny history, but you appeal to history to give you the Bible, but you deny who gave you the Bible. Now tell me, why was the New Testament compiled? For what purpose? You won't answer the question because you're a maggot.
Because of their...
See, I answer your questions. You don't answer my questions, cross-examination. Why was the Bible compiled? Why? For what purpose?
Religion per se, but in spite of their...
First Eastern Orthodox liturgy was the 4th century. Why was the Bible compiled? Are you aware that what you call a liturgy is reflective of Second Temple worship? Are you aware? You're not aware of any church history, are you? Do you know what a lectionary is?
The thief on the cross didn't have to do works to be saved, so I don't either argument. Seems to be the same as a father claiming he doesn't have to support his family because the bedridden man in the hospital didn't have to.
Right. It's sad. First Eastern Orthodox liturgy, that's actually not even true. Even if I granted it, that's actually not true, but even if I granted it, it doesn't tell me the answer to my question. What was the purpose of the Bible, the New Testament, being compiled, sir? You won't answer.
Eastern Orthodox or Protestant doctrines or whatnot. But it'll be through the Catholic Church. Now, he's kind of stealing that from us and applying it back onto us as if he had the fullness of truth and we were riddled with error. And the only way that we're going to be saved, that's Catholic and Eastern Orthodox, is if
also
I don't know
just so you know,
believe in the gospel according to Wes Huff.
Just want to know that if you guys want to know that this guy's dishonest, I already knew that was wrong, but just clarification. The first Christian liturgy documented is Justin the Martyr's first apology around 138 AD. You disgusting liar. 138 AD. The structure of the Sunday service known as the Divine Liturgy goes back to Martyr. Justin Martyr. So, you're a liar. You don't care. You don't care when you're corrected. It's a spiritual issue. (138 AD). That's not even it, though. There are others. We just happen to use St. John Chrysostom, but we sometimes use St. Basil. There's also two others before that, much earlier. You're a liar. You deserve to have your tongue removed. I hate liars so much. Especially liars in the name of God. They're the worst, man. They deserve the worst penalty.
Fictional Protestant, not a convenient Protestant.
He gets to answer one more time. I just told you the first documented, well accounted for Divine Liturgy. Back to Justin Martyr 138 AD. What do you have to say for yourself, you fork-tongued, disgusting goblin?
Protestant. I am not attending a Baptist church out of convenience because it happens to be the closest to my house.
It's awful quiet.
Convictionally believe that the process of the Protestant Reformation was a God-ordained thing that operated to retrieve the true gospel.
You can't retrieve the true gospel. The same problem that this cross-examination has, Wes Huff. You cannot have the true gospel without appealing to the gospel account of the institution you're rejecting. You have the same problem as Mormons. Do you understand this problem, you guys? If you hold a position in Wes Huff's camp and you're kind of confused and you always grew up this way, you don't know what to believe anymore, think about what he just said. To correct the broken gospel, he doesn't have access to the true gospel. He has to trust, just like a Mormon or a Muslim, that the true gospel is preserved by an institution that he denies. How does he have access to the true gospel? Wes Huff, would you like to answer this question, or is this why you won't debate Jay Dyer? How do you have access to the true gospel such that it's corrected? I was looking up the first Eastern Orthodox liturgy. Oh, really? I looked it up before you. Are you gonna desperately try to find something that goes along the lines of saying, "Oh, it's not really a liturgy"? What did you find? Cross-examination. Let's see if you have one hint of humility in you.
Okay, that's fine. That's what he believes. I respect what he believes, and I get it. The circumstances and the context of the situation doesn't allow him or afford him to realistically go into depth on what he's claiming there of retrieving this gospel.
He's doing Joseph Smith, dude. It's the same crap, dude. Same methodology. There's a true gospel that can be retrieved. Someone did it. Really? How do you know that? Well, they said so.
But God ordaining the Protestant Reformation is quite the claim. Because
reading through Justin Martyr's liturgy, it sounds like a Protestant service. All right, you're out of here. That's all I needed to hear. It's just amazing, these people. They, instead of correcting themselves, this is how you know they're demonic. Instead of going, yeah, sorry, I was wrong, he says, let me frame Justin. Dude, if Justin the Martyr saw a Protestant church and what they do today, they would be astonished. This is how you know these people are dishonest. They don't acknowledge when they're wrong. They instead change it and go, oh, I'm reading through the Justin Martyr's liturgy the thing that I denied existed before the 4th century. And instead of owning up to the fact that you said something that was a lie, he changes it. You're out of here. Goodbye. Disgust me, man. Seriously. Tongue removal. I wrote instructions of how to change a tire 2,000 years from now. My only instructions are found. Prot conclusion. First record of a tire change occurred in 2025. Yeah.
As you know, God is one.
Yeah, St. James also had a liturgy. Yeah. John. That's right. James, John. It's just, dude, these people are terrible. They're terrible humans.
Simplicity. There are no parts. There are no components. There is absolutely no disunity and discord. And his church that he himself founded, we're the only religion that claims that God founded their church or the religion in the strict sense, that church will...
Because the thief has no moral record, no doctrine, and no religious credentials, he undermines every form of Christianity that tries to tie salvation to behavior, nationalism, and moral superiority. No, that's... Dude, Christianity isn't grounded in one instance where someone receives the grace of God and judgment. So your whole entire argument is completely skewed. By the way, you have the same problem Wes Huff has, Henry. You don't have access to the thief of the cross as a story in Christianity without contradicting yourself. Why? Because without holy tradition, you don't have the biblical account of the thief, dude. These people think the Bible is like, could just as well be floating around their heads in the ether, whispering to them. That's how deluded they are.
Perfectly.
You don't know about the thief without appealing to something that is more than faith, which is compiling, keeping the Bible, getting the books of the Bible, structuring a liturgy around the New Testament, teaching the account of Christianity, including the thief, including everything else, right? This is a teaching. This is active. This is what's so frustrating about these people. They literally appeal to the thing that they deny. They think the Bible started when Gutenberg came along.
And imperfectly mirror
in the beginning was the Bible, right?
Unity in the oneness and the accord of God.
The testimony of Scripture is that you are saved not on the basis of anything you have done, but by what Jesus did. And by trusting in what you have done, what you're saying is really, I can do better.
So he's teaching this, right? He's doing a doing right now.
I
don't know any Catholic or Eastern Orthodox that has a fidelity to themselves insofar as they trust and base their salvation or...
It's totally opposite, by the way. The irony here is that Wes Huff has the confidence to know his soteriological outcome. The Orthodox holds humility. We're the chief sinner. We fell. We fall. We will fall. We stand up again. We purify ourselves, right? We confess. We take the medicine. We go to the hospital. We need to be fixed constantly. This is humility. This guy's like,
oh, they have the confidence to think that what they're doing is going to get them salvation.
No, it's the opposite, bro. We actually hold the view that maybe nothing we're doing can grant us the full knowledge of our judgment. You sick, twisted person. It's the opposite, dude. This is a total projection from these people.
Oh, they think that they're holding to the tradition and submitting to authority and participating in the Eucharist. They think that this gets them salvation.
Well, bro, I'm sorry, dude. If we held to your view, we could just do all this stuff for extracurricular activity anyway, dude. That's the other big problem with this view is if faith alone is true, why would Orthodox Christians need to leave their church?
They could just adopt your view and still go to liturgy and do all the things they don't need to.
You moron. The thief bore his cross. He asks for remembrance. Yeah. Christopher Scott, $5. The 10th Crusade won't just be moosies. We have to add the prots. I agree with that, dude.
What they do on their beliefs, their work.
Henry says the thief is not an exception. No, dude, we're talking about an instance where Christ, right? Philip is an exception as well. You can't base the rule on exceptions. Exceptions definitionally necessitate a rule, and the exception is not the rule.
Works, their natural strength on the law, anything like that. Again, this is a caricature that always gets applied to us.
This is why this guy doesn't debate. He doesn't debate anyone notable, because you'd ask these simple questions, Wes Huff. You just say, if faith alone is what you're relying on, then you now have knowledge of your judgment, and you know that by faith alone you're already judged. It's prejudged. You're determined to go to heaven, in fact. Well, if that was the case, why couldn't you just convert to orthodoxy? There's no contradiction.
It's just straw manning to make his position seem more appealing.
By the way, the thief also rebuked a heretic, a work. Interesting.
Because we, Catholic and Eastern Orthodox, apparently trust in ourselves and our own strengths and merits to get to heaven, and not in what Christ did for us.
Accomplish something. And Jesus didn't really have to die. If Jesus is merely a moral example for you to follow and do things, then you don't need a savior, because you can save yourself. You can do good.
Nobody's saying that, dude. That's a straw man of Christianity. I don't know if it's a straw man of Catholicism necessarily. But no, we don't think we can save ourselves. That's a lie, Wes Huff.
Things. And we need to be really careful of that message. The gospel is not earned, it's received.
The gospel. Received by who? How did you know about it? How'd you know about the gospel? Did it grow on a gospel tree? Did you go to a gospel vineyard? Did you go to gospel Target? How'd you get the gospel? How do you get the proper account of the gospel? How'd you do that? Gospel. Faith without works is dead. Yeah, that's biblical. Thank you.
The gospel is not earned, it's received. Again, I don't think anybody...
Gospel. Gospel.
Hey
Gospel.
there, friend. I know we're out here in the wilderness, and you found this road that others have traveled down that goes the same direction towards the garden. But I think I'll just brave the wilderness on my own and risk the terrain, weather, and dangerous creatures. That sounds like a good way for me to go.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, go the lost way. Risk living the life of the thief, and just know that all you have to do is be like, but the thief. When you meet your maker, and he judges the living and the dead, you could always point to the thief of the cross, because that's your defense, as if you're in a law situation, and you're appealing to the judge. But Christ, what about the thief? You're gonna debate Christ?
Pardon my interruption, sir. S_broccoli here. Long-term undocumented non-worker. General Jordan content moocher. Instead of leaving the church as Wace recommends, I've been attending Vespers and liturgy for 2 months now, and I was made a catechumen yesterday.
Glory to
my
God.
My first liturgy included a baptism and was a real test
Beautiful.
of my ability to stand. Thanks, JB, for your work.
You're
Even though
welcome.
works don't matter.
Yeah. That's beautiful. I love hearing those stories.
In the entire history of Christianity and Christendom has taught that the gospel is earned.
Gospel.
I really don't think that. But he says the gospel is not earned, it's received. Sure, it is received as a gift. But the gospel needs to be lived out. Individually, you, Wes Huff, and I, and every other Christian.
Yeah, the gospel, the faith was delivered. It's a gift. It's a gift that Christ reduced himself to human. It's a gift. The act, let me ask you, Wes Huff,
Is receiving a gift from your friend an act? Is that an action? Have you ever said no to a gift, Wes Huffy Huff? Huffy? Hey, Wes Huff, do you agree that God gave you the gospel as a gift?
You do?
Is accepting a gift an action? Wes Huff, puffily puff. Well, is it, Dr. Jones?
Need.
I got to do like a sort of like a remake of a movie scene where he's the Nazi, the gospel Nazi, and then there's you know, Indiana Jones character, and it's all about, you know, soteriology.
To receive.
I love you, Jim, but the accent is not accurate. Well, it's still funny.
The gospel.
Gospel.
But more importantly, we need it applied.
You know what it is? It's every 10th word is dead on. It's throwing you off.
Individually to our lives, where we live it out, where we work out our salvation with fear and trembling, where we
the presence of God in eternity.
Okay, so he said merit. Now, to get really theological, you do merit heaven, but it's not in a strict condign sense. It's not in St. Paul and other 6. Well, but that did not drop out of heaven right into his lap.
I don't even like how he holds the Bible. I don't like his little hands. He has tiny little hands.
Where did you get that in your hand?
Where'd you get the Bible? This is where Catholics and Orthodox unite. That's pretty much it, though.
Okay? Again, not to sound cliche and trite, but that did not drop out of heaven right into his lap.
Yeah, he holds it like a pamphlet. Exactly. He's like knocking on the door.
Do you know that you don't need this? I just wanted to share with you something. You don't need this. As long as I tell you about the gospel and you accept my iteration of the gospel, you have everlasting life. Dr. Jones.
The stark irony of Wes Huff patronizing us, saying that, hey, there are perhaps genuine believers in the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches because they're reading this, what he's holding in his hand.
Because they read
Well,
it.
with all due respect, his Bible is missing 7 important books. Okay? We, in the Catholic tradition, we get 73 books. So I'm not missing out, Wes. You're missing out. You're missing out on a lot. Okay? When you convert from Protestantism to Catholicism, you gain. You don't lose. You gain. When you deconvert or fall to Protestantism from Catholicism, you lose. You still have some. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but he's just going to say,
Well, no, that's what we needed correct, you see. You see that?
hey, Wes, I don't know if you've been to a divine liturgy. I don't know if your skin would just burn if you walked in or not, but I don't know if you noticed, but every divine liturgy, we are sung the Gospels.
You still have elements of truth and sanctification, but you lose a lot within the Catholic Church.
But they will most likely have to come to terms with, at a certain point, they will have to
Look at those tiny little hands.
leave those institutions.
Look at those little claws.
I truly believe that.
Oh, they're like little gecko hands.
That is quite the bold claim that at some point we will have to leave the institutions. Again, we in the Catholic Church are very adamant and keen on the freedom of the conscience, the freedom of the will. And if you're following the dictates of your conscience, you're following God. Hopefully.
This is where like natural theology comes in. They don't have the distinction nous, and they just trust their reasoning. This is where Catholicism just loses, and why it introduces a whole set of new behaviors to deal with, because they're derivative of just pure reasoning. Oh, I reasoned my way into this practice, and I reasoned my way into what I think. And, if I just follow my conscience and my heart and my mind, I'll be led. No, that's not how it works. Right? Because what you call your conscience and your mind and your heart, like a windshield, can be clouded. So if it's true that you can cloud your nous and your faculties in your heart, and your heart can deceive you, then you can't rely wholly on your reasoning as natural theology suggests. It's like, what do you do, Scooby-Doo? When you're driving and because of some sort of inadequacy in the machine, that your windshield fogs up and you can't see where you're going. What do? You say, well, it's simple. You just use your windshield wiper. Well, what we're saying is that you're saying use the windshield to clean your windshield. That doesn't make any fucking sense. We're saying use the windshield wiper to clean the windshield. We would call that the participation in Christ, the church itself. You're saying, no, you just take the windshield and the windshield cleans the windshield. You know? It's like that doesn't make any sense. Natural theology doesn't make any sense. The windshield wiper is not the windshield. The windshield is clogged and clouded and sending you off in different directions. How do you clean it, bucko?
Your conscience is formed. Okay?
That's a clip. Jordan Peterson refutes natural theology in 30 seconds.
But if you were to not listen to your conscience and then listen to Wes, and then, I don't know, maybe get some sort of false security or false hope, or, oh my gosh, all I have to do is just read the Bible and I'm golden. That is not following your conscience. That's not obeying the natural law that God has written on your heart.
The natural law written on your heart. Where did the dude, what is this, Aquinas? Is this who's, dude? The natural law written on your heart. How do you... What the hell does that mean? No. Paranoia agent. Jim Bob admits that he's irrational. I didn't admit I'm irrational. What are you talking about? I said our reasoning can be flawed. That doesn't follow that you're always irrational because you can be irrational. You dipshit retard.
That is what we would call being deceived. You're deceiving yourself and you're allowing yourself to be deceived by someone like Wes.
Who was I rated by? I didn't see a raid. Thank you for rating me, whoever rated me.
So really, we don't like the language of you need to leave your institution. It's just...
It's not even consistent with what Wes Huff is teaching. He just said if there's people who are truly Christians by faith alone in the Catholic tradition, in the Orthodox tradition, or anything else he mentioned, they don't actually have to leave. Wait, I thought the law was written on your heart. No, it's written on your mind. The natural law is written on your mind, Danikas.
A form of...
It's written on your intellect. It's in your brain.
Proselytism. What we would like to do is inform, not necessarily convince, but inform and let your conscience do the work. That's evangelism. This is proselytism. And it's subtle because he dresses it up with nice words. And he says, I think there are genuine believers. I think some Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox Christians will be saved, but in spite of what their churches teach, et cetera, I'm sorry, but that just reeks of false ecumenism. And I think it should be called
false ecumenism. That's a weird thing you have to claim. Like, that's not real ecumenism. That's the bad kind. We have the real one.
Called out, and he should not engage in this anymore.
Because if you're trusting in your works, you're not submitting fully to what the gospel is.
That's begging the question because it's presupposing that we trust in our works. Who does that? Nobody does. See,
that's the thing. That is a good point. It's not that we trust in works, that we're called to works, that we want to. We want to do works. We're compelled to do works. There's an obligation to do works. That's all an expression of our faith in practice. To say faith alone is to say there's no practice of Christianity. You're just practicing a mental state called faith alone. Why do you need to do anything, dude? You could do, by faith alone, this notion by faith alone, you could in fact develop a faith alone heretical church that's just an Oculus, if you think about it. Like, you can do Oculus faith alone Christianity from Wes Huff's position.
Popular Protestant evangelists like this, they just talk off the cuff, shoot from the hip, and they don't substantiate anything. This is not scholarly. This is just all rhetoric. But nobody teaches, like, the three main things that he's brought up about us trusting in ourselves and in our works and all that. You'll never find that in Catholic doctrine. You won't find it anywhere.
Received, it's not achieved. And that's important.
I like the comparison you use, raising children. Yeah. Should I raise them Christian? Should I teach them anything? No, I don't need to. Am I acting against them if I don't teach them Christianity? Probably, but not according to their worldview. As long as they meet Wes Huff in the future eventually, and he says, faith alone.
It's important for what grace truly means, that you are saved.
Henry says, Jim Bob is a moron. Of course the thief isn't an extortion. You mean exception? Well, that's not an argument. The fact that you're pointing to the thief on the cross demonstrates you're appealing to some unique position. That's what we call an exception. Notice that you don't point to everybody in reality, and you call a Christian are identical to the thief on the cross, right? So that doesn't follow. Bye. See you later.
Saved by faith through grace and not of works, so that no one can boast.
No, he misquoted Ephesians 2, verses 8 and 9. So Wes just said, you are saved by faith through grace. That's not what it says. What it says in Ephesians 2:8 is, you have been saved in the past. Yes, it continues into the present. In the past, you have been saved. Initially, when you come into the new covenant of Jesus Christ, there's nothing you can do on your own, whether that's by your nature, through works of the law. There's nothing you can do. It's by grace and it's through faith, but it is in the past.
By faith, by works and faith, and faith, and faith, and faith, and faith, and works, and faith.
Paying the toll to murder sola scriptura tad at electric pineapple in the chat.
Yeah.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
It's rough, bro. Oh, there's Electric Pineapple. Is he a sola scripturist? Dude, it's just so easy to refute sola scriptura. Any of the solas, they're so refutable. It's just too easy. It's just too easy. Anyway, I think I got to draw, dude. It's already 4:30. I got so much work to do.
I just get so mad. I just get so mad. I just get so mad.
I know, Tony. Electric Pineapple, I've been fun, not convinced yet. Well, I mean, reasoning and debate Electric Pineapple, if you're like a sola prod or something, is going to be, it's not, that alone's never going to convince much. Maybe it'll convince like the hyper philosophical people. But I just ask people to just go to Divine Liturgy and just check out the experience of it and just kind of ponder, oh, interesting. Let me set aside my judgment for a second. Clearly, it's not crazy to say to be a Christian in the year 430 would look the same as being a Christian, so to speak, at like a, like a bass solo church with a fog machine and all that stuff. So, the baseline invitation is to go see and participate and observe what it is, what it would look like to be Christian, as close as it could be, at least, in comparison to anything else, to what was happening in the 4th, 5th century and earlier. Go to liturgy. Because what can we say? What can we say? Like more premise debates? Like what? What are we going to do? Ultimately, it's going to be experiential anyway, not propositional. So, you're saying it's spiritual, I understand. Yeah, that's the thing. It is. It's like both. But what I try to move away from a little bit, Electric Pineapple, is like the proposition aspect of Christianity is very important because it's relayed through language. We're given language, logic, reasoning, revelation, scripture, practice, and it's important. But what I realized through pursuing orthodoxy is that there's this whole other element that's missing from the arguments. And you can't actually introduce it to the argument. You can't give someone an experience. You can't give them the experience. But if there's anything propositional that's really important to orthodoxy, I would say that the experience through which you interact with the propositions matters. And no one really thinks about that too much. The experience through which you engage with proposition actually matters. Mormons say experience. Yeah, but the thing is, Mormonism, you could say experience. The question is whether or not their metaphysics makes sense of their experience. Electric Pineapple. So that's fine. Anyone could have an experience. I'm not saying experiences makes anything true, but I'm saying if it's true, it'll be true in experience as well. And if it's true in experience, you're now doing metaphysics, and your metaphysics have to make sense of propositional statements, first and second order statements, biblical accounts, historical accounts, the world, the natural world, who you are, how you are. You cannot examine a Christian view and call it coherent if you're not also making sure your metaphysics are pristine. What I'm saying is that Protestants don't have pristine metaphysics. They don't have a pristine ecclesiology. They don't have pristine Christology and the rest. Mormons, I don't even consider even heterodox, lowercase Christians. If I could shrink a lowercase c that I would normally use for heterodox, if I could shrink it 1/1000th of a lowercase c, I still wouldn't call Mormonism Christianity. So, go to liturgy. Come and see, because you're not going to get anything that's even close to the early church, closer than Eastern Orthodoxy. Anyway, I got to get out of here. I got to draw so many things. I have to have another coffee. I got so much drawing to do. I got to enjoy it. Enjoy it. Jim Bob, enjoy it. You have a gift. There we go. I'm doing it, guys. I'm doing it. It's just a lot. You know, it's like having a list of things you have to do, and the list is so huge that the beginning of the list and the end of the list, there's no distinction. It's all just a massive pile. And you're like, oof, paralyzation. Paralyzed. Anyway, I think that's it. All right, who's live? We got Rattlesnake. Yeah. Rattlesnake TV. Yeah. Go over to Jake Rattlesnake TV. Yeah, poisonous animals. You know what's worse than the poisonous animals and all the big spiders is the poofters. The only good thing about the poofters is they don't reproduce, eh? Yeah. Aye. Yeah, you reckon? You reckon? You reckon? I reckon. You reckon? I reckon, and we all reckon. All right, Jake's live. You're going over to Jake. God bless you all. Thanks for the contention. Shame on you, cross-examinations. You little weasel. You little poison pill. You little poison Pop-Tart. I don't like liars. God bless.